We should be once again live. Alive on the internet. Living our best internet lives. As I'll double check that everything's actually working, because I don't see the stream yet. There I go. There it is. There I am. I do exist. It's a miracle. It is a Christmas miracle. Yeah, so I'm hopping back on. And I am going to play on my alt account as I very enunciate exactly what I'm doing. And that's mostly because I have one big goal left on this account for until next week, basically, for it. And that is to, well, there's a manhunt available to it. I'll go do that, likely. And also, I want to get the apparel cache done, because this gal, on this account, I'm most of the way there. I only need 6 more. So that's 6 times 4 is 24. And I still need 29 levels, still 5k. So I thought maybe we'll do a road to 5k. Although this is the second time, of course, that I'm hitting 5k. As yeah, the first time I hit 5k was a long time ago. Although combined, then they'll be, I mean, they're already combined over 20k. But yeah, then one is 15k something, and then the other is 5k at that point. It has been a while since this account has hit a milestone, so yeah. We'll go for it and see where we land. Briefly I haven't had the chance to play at all today, as it was a busy work day, and worked a little bit as well on getting the Eclipse Protocol build showcase, as it has gone up and is actually, I haven't looked at it since it has started to exist, as it was scheduled for 3 hours ago to be released, which it has, and it's garnering a few views, as always with my videos. It takes usually on the second day is usually when they get their most views. They'll taper off after that most of the time, but I'm expecting a decent viewership on that one, as there's usually a lot of interest for it. I'm already enjoying that it has one of the higher view durations that I have. So yeah, that's all. It's all coming up. Millhouse. Who's Millhouse? I'm briefly checking actually, yeah, where maybe Uzina is, although I don't need it on this account, but maybe later on, if I reach my goal, which I likely will. 24 levels in this gaming session should not be something I can't reach. Although I very much like these 3 zones. That's an easy farm for maybe later on. As I'm blanking on seeing Uzina, it is on Roosevelt. Decently good mission. The New York ones are better, but maybe farmable. Is it the legendary of this week, perhaps, as well? I don't think it is. I think it was District Union, right? As last week was Roosevelt, as I did do it once. I did do a solo run on one of my characters, which had been a while since I've had done Roosevelt solo. Didn't go without issues. Took me about an hour, 20 minutes with 2 wipes. Both of them at the marshes, which is very far in, just before the checkpoint of the boss fight. And then I did get it done. Checking what the dailies are as well, briefly. So we have District Union Arena, which is pretty easy. And we have Wall Street, so likely those missions will come up if I random matchmake for them. And that is actually what I think I'll do to start off with. Yeah, just actually, let me briefly check how many. Do I have a foam equipped? Oh. I just now noticed actually that the fire cam on this character, on this account, isn't grade 20, which yeah, makes sense. On this account, I haven't gone after skills as much, mostly because on this account I use one character mainly, so basically all of the weapons are graded to 10 at least, so that's that is quite the investment. Oh yeah, I need to actually get the Elmo on this account to 20. As yeah, for the last few days I haven't played this account. And then we'll hop on, as people trickle in, we'll hop on to expertise. Yeah, do whatever comes up, whatever seems like a good idea to do, we'll just go do. And yeah, so I did get a few more exotic components. So this Elmo can go to 20, where it will stay. It won't go above 20. There's no good use for going over that. Elmo is good, but it's not a FAMAS. And I'm going to random matchmake, and I will actually try to maybe save the invasion if they come up.
To another agent's group.
Space admin is very much not one of the invasions of this week, and that's likely maybe somebody will come on a little bit later on, and I'll join them to do some invasions. So.
The control room is at the top of the atrium.
As we have 4 directives with cool skills.
Radio intercepted.
It's the division.
So I'll only have fire, which limits me a little bit. But yeah, let's get warmed up a little. as I said yesterday as well, Eclipse very much for me. I need some warm-up time with it for me to be good with it, as I also basically there could have actually caught this wave as they were spawning, but I didn't. Just because I wasn't paying enough attention. Trying to catch him. Could have just Scorpio caught him. But yeah, they get him. And I'm interested to see,
I don't have line of sight.
having rewatched the showcase myself, actually, while stitching it together and uploading it and getting the timestamps and stuff. I already noticed I had a few minor mistakes and a few things I should have said but didn't, which always annoys me, but that's okay. Once in a while, you forget to say some of the things. And more reason to, in the future, maybe in the far future, to get even more Eclipse showcases. As our one of our allies really is in a rush mode, and I'll actually briefly check what they are, because if they're gonna keep rushing, I might actually drop this scoop. There is one good red, there is one bad striker, and a horrible striker. Because yeah, here I could have caught them as well, coming out, but somebody decided that they wanted to go in solo. And especially later on, there's a room where that can really make a hassle out of it. Yeah. And if they do it there, I'll likely just drop it. But for now, just warming up anyway, so I don't mind trying to keep up with someone. So, here we are bunched up. For this room is actually quite nice. Gonna do the bounce from upstairs. Just didn't catch them. Usually I do it a little bit more to the right. Trying to catch something. I caught an elite, which is of course not my item of choice for to be caught. Just gonna heal up. Get that purple up there. That's not on target. That will be. As we get them down. And this is Providence, this zone. And that is a common thing to be farmed. As our ally who seems to be farming the zone, doesn't want to pay attention to others and how they... he already hit the button and he's already... I will say that I wish them the best, but I don't want to deal with all of those people being scattered around, especially in that room. Actually, the room where it really messes up is one later, where they really scatter a lot if you don't instantly try to catch them. Checking here if the snitch is here. Because yeah, snitch is actually today, and I haven't been to Cassie. I haven't... after the stream, actually, yesterday, I did check the vendors a little bit, because I said I would do it on stream, but I forgot, and then later on I did after. And yeah, there's a dark winter on one of the vendors, which is sometimes something worth buying. And I likely have put the snitch on its cooldown, because having spawned in by there, I could have likely put him on cooldown there. I'll jump to one more and see if I get him, and if I don't, I'll look for him in a little bit. Once the cooldowns are a little bit done. It's with a pretty long loading screen. And yeah, to not have him with 2 jumps usually means that, yeah, I have put him on cooldown by having been in proximity to him, likely with the entrance but of that mission when I joined. I'll hop into a next one. And again, trying to avoid the invasion, just in case. Wall Street was one of the dailies, so I'm very much interested in getting it. And it's also a fun Eclipse mission, I find. Although I really do want to have both of my skills for that one. Which I do get, and they're already by the APC. So there it shows 5 directives, but that's what they have in the open world, so they've turned off 2 directives for here. I didn't check what the rest of the team was. I'm gonna grab a Blinded Firefly for this fight. As skills-wise, they look a little bit weird, and then that is confirmed by...
Supply depot. Raided.
This group is gonna struggle. I'm considering just going Striker myself and just damaging, because as I kind of said with the showcase as well, Eclipse is a support build. It needs things that it's supporting. As very much they need to kill a few of these elites, just so we get the numbers down. Focusing the APC down is a choice that you can make, but not when the team is this weak. You basically need to kill it real quick and then get out. Focusing down the APC as they are, with a team that isn't going to get it done in a speed that is doable. Trying to catch as much as possible, so I'll try to get my ally. But yeah, that does not fill me with confidence. So, though we're just a few rooms away, but it might be a little bit of a struggle, because in all that time as well, they just killed 1 wave and 2 of the sides. And even though it's free for them to move up, they aren't really. Okay, they got 3 of the sides. But yeah, they need to come over here and get my side. I can shoot that thing, but yeah, that might take a while. And I'm much better. Oh, that hit a wall. Don't hear the APC firing, which is weird. Curious to see if that's maybe due to the rain. My gas is still here, so I should be aware to not step in it and ignite. Wait, is the left side still up? Nobody has ever even aimed at it, so it doesn't have a chevron? Okay. That was interesting. As we, I'm gonna go grab the chest back here. I'm decently confident. Oh, they've ran this mission already. They've likely wiped already. Is more than likely the thing that happened there. Because yeah, that chest is open. So in this session, they have been here in this world session, trying to catch that red. And the rest of it, hopefully they die and then it spreads. Let me grab a hive again. I need to do my own damage here.
But it looks like it's locked down tight.
To help.
You might be able
Checking if I have crossbows.
scaffolding across
As
the
yeah,
street.
we'll have heavies in a second. Hoping they don't instantly rush in. They don't. Giving me time to catch that wave, hopefully. That worked. Just in time. And yeah, they all spawn from that door, and once you know that, and once you're a decent shot with the fire cam, then you can make that a little bit more easy for your allies. Gonna grab my crossbow already, because yeah, I'm expecting a heavy to be standing there. It isn't. Hello, Mr. Heavy? If there was one, he would have already been lit up by Ragers, because yeah, that was the worst target I could have picked. It's an elite, it's not gonna die real quick. Or at all, in this case. He is suppressed, I'll try to catch him again. I'm gonna put one there. Nobody's gone over the boundary yet. So once somebody goes through this wall, then the next wave spawns, which is by that door or by the door on the right. It can be either. I'm gonna assume it's over there. It's more likely than not over there. We'll go in, toss in my hive as well. We've lost the flame rounds there, which I very much would have liked to have had. But yeah, together with the hive. Although the hive indiscriminately killing enemies is also triggering Ragers over and over again a little bit. Especially for spread damage builds. Ragers does affect them a little bit. So set them on fire. Or, you know, set most of them on fire. Hopefully it'll spread. There we go. And so I'll run back, toss my hive upstairs. For the next wave. Because yeah, the next wave will basically spawn into that. I'll wait for my allies to loot. I actually didn't check if I had loot back in that room, but I haven't even checked what the target it is here. LMGs, not something I dislike, so I'll grab a good LMG if I can get one. Although this account is very much set on their weapons already, basically. Gonna in sync refire, although the duration had taken its course there. Just getting the debuff on a bunch of stuff. Flame to follow it up with. A fresh hive, I'll toss that in. Just for the next wave coming up. And yeah, that wave spawns. That's mostly reds usually, which it is this time as well. And then in a second, it'll come from that doorway where I placed my hive, and this doorway where I placed my chem. And that's a nice thing once you know most of the spawns is you can multitask them, get them done, basically. Hit both sides quite easily. I'll shoot that. That opens up a grate in a little bit. Don't have much space to loot, so I shouldn't loot too much up. As I'll wait for my allies. I'll go pop the chests actually. So crossing that doorway is what spawns the next wave, so I won't cross that. And we won't have that issue. Hopefully. As also others don't. So that tells me that they likely wiped at the APC, because otherwise this would be looted as well. I'm hoping they don't go in. They don't. They see me waiting, and then they wait as well.
An agent has disconnected.
We lost one. I'm going to just have a brief look which one it was. Okay, it was the the worst build across for this. Hopefully they can get back in before the boss fight and get credit, and otherwise. So here they usually spawn in the back or in the front. Usually actually more towards this back side, so that's why I put my fire cam there. But they chose to spawn on the other one, and then I'll put one up there as well. Get those two reds to disappear. As I'm very willing to use most of my charges and stuff here, because I'll get new ones in a second. Their shooting was not really on target, so I'll do it with a pistol.
Unknown network detected.
I'll wait by the boss room. I'll start moving towards it, loot everything. There's no reason to be as slow as they are. Oh, rogues. The annoying thing here is that post-stroke fight, we go directly into the boss fight. I will grab a PFE. Because yeah, I don't want to do it, but do I want? Because what are these other two? Also horrible. Also horrible. Oh yeah, sure.
An agent is no
That was actually a little bit of a dick move, but they had like 2 minutes to get back in.
reconnected.
And hello to you, Funtime. Thanks for joining again. As I'm just farming a little bit of XP. We've got rogues coming up, so that's why we're waiting. Although we can wait one room later. Oh. They're doing a call for backup, which is not the thing that call for backup is made for. And also, you're gonna get horrible players from that 8 out of 10 times. And we could just go 3-man it, and because yeah, the only reason most of us are likely here is just to get this Wall Street daily done. Because yeah, you could just matchmake. I believe you can still matchmake here. This isn't the boss arena. It won't not let you matchmake. But also going after build or this one, they likely don't know much about much. As yeah, even an optimized health roll, which you know, is something that I don't even think I've ever done as a joke, and I've done a lot of things as jokes. Truly, a lot of my playtime in the division has been in a purpose towards a joke. Yeah, I agree with him. Go, as he says there. No, yeah, I'm not. I can carry us through this. The only annoyance is if I can get it. Fog of War is active, so it's harder to see. But if I can get it, I want to swap back before, because PFE is not that useful. I mean, I can guarantee the end of the boss fight as well. We're missing one. That's fine. We have 4 rogues. We just need to watch out for the skills. I'll put that. I usually go exactly here where I am, where they can't shoot me with the minigun because something's in between it. I'm just going to go see what they're doing, because I'm holding all 4 of them off. Just come shoot them, please. Like, there's no like, I understand. Usually we pull them back, but there's a PFE here.
Rogue restore hive detected. Hostile restore hive detected.
I'll play their way. I'll let them come and deal with them here. But yeah, this is quite frustrating. if it didn't give it away. Yeah, the danger skills come out. Sniper. I'll go get this one. Put the minigun behind there. Boink. Yeah, this is the shotgun PFE. This is actually one of the better PFEs, I feel. That's also why it's like on this account, because I needed a good one. a good one at least.
Rogue
I'll go kill them myself.
detected. Hostile assault turret detected.
I'm hoping they push in. They do not. Like, there's absolutely, like, once you see this, like, why not push in? What is the reason to stay back there? Like, have you been hurt by rogues that much in your past? Although the thing is also, they're of a shade level where, yeah, it's like, if they were 100, I understand. Like, hi, there they come, finally. They see that everything else is dead, and then they come at, like, swap builds.
Agent eliminated.
I'll just go red. Actually, there's a little bit of time here. I'll go striker.
Let's get him, boys.
I'll save my Banshee for in a second, as they will spawn from here. That's why the colors changed.
Gun power restored.
And while I'm the heaviest damage dealer here, I'll still deal with the ads, because someone has to. I'm not of the confidence that that player would have survived that wave. Yeah, gonna go after his two friends first. As I'll just close the distance, because I was a little bit I was at the edge of my optimal. But yeah, that kills those two. And then we'll kill this one as well. Hopefully before the next wave spawns. Yes, we do. And then I'm gonna do the universal thing of tossing my hive over there. Tossing a grenade at my feet. And saying goodbye to these people.
Immediate medical assistance needed.
In the way that...
Agent.
That is the way that I leave when I'm very frustrated with the team. In the past, in year one, that used to be like the way that you showed that you weren't happy with your fellow players. It isn't as common anymore, so I don't know if they'll get the message. But yeah, that was bad. I didn't even stick around to get the loot and everything. This account needs it a lot less, so I'm fine with that. And hello to you as well, Chocolate Starfish, Chucky Starfish. As yeah, I'm just running a few missions. So we did get this daily together with 3 directive missions. And also, actually, this account likely still has double XP. And if you're ever wondering how you can see how much double XP you still have left, if you go into this and then toggle event details, it's this bar. This amount of XP is what you get double. So that's for 15 levels worth, and then you also, once you have all 15, you'll get a broken wings cache, indicating when you see that one that you are done. I'm gonna hop into the next random main mission. Just
You have received an invite to another.
I'll try to again. Yeah, another Wall Street. Usually the matchmaker is decently good about not giving you the same mission twice, but let's see if we get a better team and how that feels, or if we get a worse team and how fast. If it's worse than that one, I will actually leave, because that was at the edge of what I find acceptable of allies, with them hanging back with the rows and stuff as well. Like, you have to. I understand the thinking. Yes, if the team has no good way of dealing with rogues, fall back. Let them come to you. And there's a PFE in the group that is obviously dealing with them. So we have a striker, a turret drone, and a bad striker.
Hostile radio intercepted.
And that one good striker is all I need.
Loading area by Broad Street is
At least I hope. Because as well, it's not just the build. The build, usually what I'm also looking at, if the build is showing competency. Because yeah, somebody that is like goes and looks at builds, likely has copied it from somewhere else or has come to a decently good conclusion. In this case, for instance, the good striker was still with a groupo, so it's not the best way of setting it up. Seska will outdo it by quite a bit. But That usually means that also, yeah, then they will likely play decently well. Because, yeah, that's also a thing. There are people with perfect builds, but they don't know how to play them. Which, you know, is... as I've seen, for instance, even like 5K red build players
Okay.
that were burst firing ARs,
Answer me this.
for
You guys
instance.
blind or just incompetent? Seriously. Try hitting the
So my accent is very much, yeah, not linked to my where I'm actually currently residing. I am indeed from the Netherlands, as I said there, but I wasn't originally born here. So that is, but I'll leave it as that at that. I mean, as I don't want to divulge too much of that. But yeah, it's very much not even the accent that is tied to where I was born. Very much just hanging out with way too many European and American accents, and I very much after a while take over accents a little bit, and also. Somewhat what I can do and sometimes do, although I specifically chose not to do that with videos and with, although I do it a little bit with videos, is that I'm decently good at controlling my voice. So if I really need to, although my voice is very raspy at the moment, so it's not going to feel that good, but I can change my accent to become a lot less aggressive.
You to see to it personally.
And also I can do stuff like
Get that
this.
stockpile again.
Or stuff like
Ram is something
this.
we can't send to Kiev.
Although that one really, I just can do 2 words. And I just, yeah, I was focusing on the voice, and I just went for the crate just out of like just autopilot, which, yeah, that's not gonna work out. As I said myself yesterday.
Hostiles incoming.
Don't feel. It is quite a common question, as Funtime also said. He asked it as well, and I don't mind talking about it. It's a long story to go into, and
Hostiles approaching.
story-wise, it would take way too long to give it to a satisfactory level. Is what I usually find. So. I mean, the thing that YouTubers seem to do is maybe at 1K subs or something to you know, give a about me, basically their life story. I might do it in there and take the time to just actually say the entire story while not fighting for my life. And yeah, as Selby says, waarom zijn bananen krom? Although with a spelling that shows that he's not Dutch. Because that's not how those words are spelled.
Hostiles.
But the boss should be out, I feel. Should be, but isn't apparently yet. Or they're way in the back. Well, then definitely have the next wave in a few seconds. This is weird. This is longer than I feel I've ever waited for a wave here. Or did I just not see the boss and it got insta-gipped? That might be what has happened. And then this is likely the boss pal, and that's likely her. And that's what happens when I'm not paying that well attention.
Stockpile's lost. No response from Duchess.
As someone is in controller there from their walk.
They killed Duchess? I want them dead.
Letting my hive recharge a little bit. Sometimes I toss it here as well, but these guys deal decent damage. Just gonna set something on fire. Yeah, I'm gonna keep my hive for this elevated here. Although, yeah, more people are doing that as well. But one of the things as well is actually they spawn down there first. So it's much better to, as the eclipse coming down here, deal with them. There's also this fire, if something dies from it, at least There, didn't because Ragers. But if something dies from it, it spreads to upstairs anyway. So as I get them to die, yeah, this is a decently damaging team. A lot more comfortable than the last team was. Let's also go get the loot up here. Which is interesting to see that they know it as well, which is exceedingly rare to see people go for all the loots.
Hostiles nearby.
Some people have given up on looting, basically. That's also some of the things they feel. They have their build that they're happy with. I'm not going to use my hive, actually. I want to be able to swap to a firefly in a second. And I might actually do that here in a second and help it to use it to help deal with this group. Especially for outside, I want to have a firefly. The stinger, they don't spawn consistently enough in spaces, so the stinger isn't that useful there. I'll try using it here, but they're behind there. Yeah, so for instance here, these guys can't deal with them, but what I can do, of course, is just, well, well, I'll bounce it off of that. I can do that. As yeah, bouncing stuff is quite often quite useful.
With the APC and load it up. It's time to take back control.
Carefully.
And also to
Take your
actually answer that question of waarom zijn bananen krom? Which is why are bananas curved? Humans breeding them to be that way because they weren't. Most species of them for the longest of times. I'm trying to find if yeah, there was one more. I felt there would be one more enemy, but and I missed him, but yeah, the blind here is a lot more useful than Stinger would be, just because they're spread out. I can set the blinder out, just deal with these guys. Especially this first wave is all elites, and I missed her. She ran into it, which, especially for elite, is nice to see that they sometimes still do that. I'll try to get a disorient on her and then set her on fire, and she'll likely will die from the fire and spread it. Although nothing was in range of her, so. This guy. Okay, he went back to. Oh. Ran out of shotguns. Gonna try and help my allies out, set something on fire, get a spread going. Someone of them needs to come and kill that thing. I again, in this run as well, I'm still doing the same amount of barely any damage. Although the thing, for some reason, is aggroed basically to me. I wish they would just come and kill the thing. That would... farming here is not really useful. I will toss a flame grenade over there. Just to try to get something on fire. Why are we... Guys? Please? Can we? Yeah, there we go. Because yeah, I was keeping these guys entertained, basically. The Reds could have gone and dealt with them there. I'll go back for this chest. I should be able to loot it.
Before me!
No.
Serious trauma detected.
No.
Agent down.
I didn't get one pellet hit from that shot. It was poorly aimed as well, but also we can just kill him then. Actually, I was expecting to be pulled back up. As yeah, this wave then will spawn. Oh, they have okay, that was weird. So I hadn't noticed actually, but they have they still have from the last season the special ammo directive on. So just me looking up, I expected that fourth directive to be ammo reduction, the ammo reduction one. But yeah, that that was just special ammo. That's also the reason, yeah, that I let out. I won't be able to catch him here. I missed my first shot. I did it a bit poorly. But I'll try to catch that red over there. I don't want to use... Actually, I'm playing very poorly and not paying attention. As I do want to get my hive here. As yeah, I do want to use my hive to deal a little bit with this wave. Although they've all fallen back inside of it. With that player already in there, they'll spawn right away. So I'll try and catching them. Which I kind of do. There's a heavy in the back. Oh, Waspo as always. I'll put some focus on him. No. He's the only thing left, actually, turns out. Oh, well. Him and that Grenadier. And I do grab these flame rounds, of course, because why not? And this is very much deja vu, but that hive goes up there. Ready for the next wave. I loot back there, but I'm mostly interested in XP, and I want to keep with the team, so I will leave loot behind. On this account, I'm a lot less bound by resources. Usually something at least jumps down on the left side. They did, but way later than normally. So, because yeah, I put one chem on the left, but nothing jumped in it. So. Yeah, the negotiator turret drone and the high-end turret drone both are actually pretty decent builds. The negotiator one actually is of course a little harder to build because of having to recore. It is one of those builds that require recores. So same for high-end one actually as well. So it usually does cost a little bit of optimization and such. But it is a strong build, and especially can be used, yeah, in all settings a little bit. That's its strength. It works decently well solo. It works decently well in groups. So actually maybe because I don't think this account has a turret drone hybrid or a turret drone negotiator, but I do have just a high-end turret drone hybrid. I could run it for the next mission and show a little bit how it works. I put my fire there a little bit too early, so it didn't spread well. Yeah, I usually go for those right side, those boxes over there. They usually catch a fire cam decently well, which oh, everybody's shooting those. I'll shoot that.
I'll strap up and deal with this personally. Ron, Knuckles, you're with me.
Unknown network detected.
I'm trying to catch up to the wording there. Oh, I mean, Negotiator itself is actually a decently strong set in its red version. It does provide some usefulness, especially for solo. I find that actually I would choose it over Heartbreaker, especially. Maybe not Striker. The thing with Striker is it's so strong that yeah, it very much overshadows it. Oh, actually, I mean, Negotiator is the only set that can compete with Striker if played well. So, waiting for that fourth player. That was nice to see. Players waiting till everybody was there. because yeah, this is a this one can be a little bit more of a dangerous fight. It's again an all elite wave. The second one in this mission, the first one being that APC one. These guys, yeah, it can be a hassle if with a poor team. I'm gonna push through. They cleared the way for me. I see that heavy. I didn't have a shot loaded, but I'll shock them.
Immediate medical assistance.
That should be enough for Reed to reach the point of a spread. And they get an armor break from it. I'll set it back up again. But basically, I think everything except the heavy's dead. So we did okay there. Okay, if you have a high end already, the negotiator one isn't substantially different. It has that mechanic of it, and that if you I find it works really well with turret and drone, letting you focus on getting that mechanic out. Looking where they're gonna spawn, it's there.
Minigun power restored.
I'll try to catch someone. Hopefully it'll spread while they're still in range. And yeah, with this fight, as always, I'm mostly on just ad duty. Oh, I see that some of the reds actually survived back there, so I did not do a good job. And even blind, you can get the fire cam out if you are already aiming a little bit. What I do want to do is to have a status effect on the boss at all time, just to provide my allies with 10% extra damage towards them. We're gonna get one more, I think, minigun. And I didn't see it quickly enough, but it is over there. That one was short. Extra heavy coming out of it. But the bosses are dead, and these guys are mopping up decently well. So this time I do loot and hang around and grab see if I have anything good. But yeah, and if you like the turret drone high-end one and you just want more of it, but just with a little bit of different playstyle, then the negotiator might be actually a good choice. Which is the reason I have both that one and then also the striker one. Just I like the archetype of that one. And hello to you as well, Snakes. I mean, there are builds that are more efficient than the tech tanks, and they can also be worth maybe going for in the long run. Especially stuff like Headhunter, Regulus Headhunter is very much a much stronger build. I will not debate that point. It's more that I feel the tech tanks are very consistent, and that's what I enjoy the most about them. I'm okay giving up a little bit of speed and not be frustrated with it. And that's mostly as well. I'm not the greatest shot after going for headshots. I can do it. And when I do it, likely I'm doing it better than a large portion of the player base, but not to the point of some of the players that's run it. Some of the speed runners, for instance, that have as much hours on that build as I do on Eclipse, for instance. But yeah, as with everything, it's learnable. You get better by doing it. It's just I don't enjoy it so much, so I don't do it much. As yeah, I'll go after the extra loot downstairs here after Wall Street, because this all still scales. That chest, these 4 chests, and a key chest that's coming up. Yeah, that makes Wall Street really good for looting. Yes, exactly. It's the speed is it's not faster in fight to fight. It's faster just because it gets it done in one go. So we have all of those, and then we have one key chest up here. And I'm still, so I want to have a look at these rolls, because a while ago I feel this one wasn't scaling to heroic, or was scaling to the world level, it seemed. But that's looked like heroic loot. The giveaway would be if I got something purple out of it, then, or something with very low rolls, so like 10% of the bar filled. Then that would be a giveaway that is not scaling to, but I haven't seen that yet. So yeah, I'll give him a GG, see you around, and I'll drop the group.
You have
And we'll go see. I did pick up a few things, so let's go sort through it. That is quite the resume there. I'll leave it for now. But yeah, if I would hope that, yeah, it's just an introduction and not a spam bot, indeed. So yeah, otherwise, but yeah, otherwise. Well, to be honest, that message does look a little bit spammy, maybe, as if it's advertisement. Although knowing like what you're saying there, I'm guessing those things are not for profit, basically, or if they are, it's not like, you know, like obvious for profit thing. It's not like a Bitcoin thing or something, you know. An obvious thing. Yeah. And yeah, exactly. To go back to your point, there are snakes. Yeah, it's very much you get to put the tempo the way you want to have it. You can go slow. You can push the tempo a little bit from time to time. Especially having played those Camp White Oaks over and over again with a red build, with a high-end red, something that I basically never run solo. It was very much a thing of, like, it plays super reactively, which was always the thing with those builds. That's why I started moving towards tech tanks and even the third drone hybrids. They also, just because you have multiple things going out, you get to push the tempo a little bit. I'll pop my caches real quick, and then we'll hop on over and actually, speaking of third drone hybrids, let's take one into a mission. It's been a while since I've ran one, and let's see how we do. On this one, I have a high-end one on this account. But first, I'll clean up my inventory. As a... Oh, this is a... Okay. I was curious there to see why there was a Merciless in my stash, but the reason is that I put it there, because, of course, that's usually how things end up in my stash. But it's there because I want to re-roll it to a Rootless, because I do actually have on this account, I have access to the Rootless blueprint, but I have never really gotten a really good one. And I don't want to spend optimizations here. And I can just reconfigure that one for free. So I've just been reconfiguring Rootlesses at level 30 or 40 to be or Mercilesses to be Rootlesses. Getting rerolls, keeping the best one so far. So I'll do that now, actually, just to before I forget. Because I was a Merciless before I was a Rootless. And that's not on this table, of course. That's on this table. And yeah, then we'll grab a third drone hybrid and keep mashing our head against some missions. So, Rootless Convert. Making sure that I don't grab the wrong one, because I have a good looking Merciless there. that's at least near enough that I would be willing to optimize it. But also, I wouldn't likely. I'll trash the other one. This one's basically better. So I have this one that was even worse. And then I'll keep this one. Just keeping the best one till I get a guard roll or one that is really high in stats. So this one I have this version of the tech tank. This one's with the Fox's Prayer as well, which is actually not the right choice for it, but this was basically, I have the right version on my other characters, and with this one was just for a testing version. But damage numbers wise, it makes more sense for this to be, in this case, a group OPs. And that's just because the balance of these builds is a lot different. As I'll catch up for... that's okay. It's well, welcome, and yeah, feel free to hang around and enjoy your time here as we'll jump into another mission. As
Invite to another agent's group.
I want to see where we're headed first. So yeah, Coney Island Amusement Park, which is one of the weekly ones, so I will go there. And this very much is a mission actually where the third drone hybrid can kind of work well. Especially what it likes is long engagement. So for instance, CPs work well for it. Something like Tidal, for instance, where you have that long boss fight at the final room. That like it's okay. Cool Skills is on his world, but not in his. Yeah, I'll.
Understood, ma'am.
And I'll play it nice and aggressive, putting my turrets pretty far forward. And the thing with these one was, up until Heartbreaker and Striker, they did actually compete with Glass Reds. On some missions, I could quite easily beat a Glass Red with this, and on faster missions, of course not. Something like Lincoln, it was basically too fast for them to get their skills down. Because yeah, it's very much wants time to deal with enemies, set up, fight for a long time. I'm gonna change my grenade. I could have used the new menu, but I forgot. I'll toss a grenade there, and I'll toss a grenade there, and I'll toss a grenade there. And I wonder how many people know what's going to happen. Which is that this door opens and we get 2 extra chests out of it. And this is, yeah, one of those Easter eggs, or well, hidden rooms. And yeah, I'll use the new menu to go back to the other grenade instead of. I'm hoping well, Fog of War is on, so they don't see it, but he sees this guy going in there. I'm going to like point like a dog, and hopefully he'll go in, but he doesn't. Oh, I just noticed how. What the leveling is on my allies in comparison. He opened the door, which already will make stuff start to move around, so we should go in decently fast. So them sharing like that basically tells me that they're on comms, because yeah, otherwise that wouldn't happen. Not without just chat messages of like, come to me, stand next to me. But yeah, this is the danger of opening a door too early. They start moving already, and they start moving towards us. That's what their pathing is as. So yeah, they were pretty close to us once we got in here. I should have actually kept my turret pretty close to me. I'm trying to kill that box, but it's not on this side of that car. And that's for the Faraday effect, because yeah, when that dog dies, it will disrupt. I'm trying to get my drone to come back, but it won't. Yeah, because drones never listen. They're like. If you're going to compare those two, the turret is very much like a dog. It's very loyal. It'll go after whatever you point it at. And the drone is very much a cat. It just goes wherever the hell it wants. And if you call it back, it won't listen. If you try to put it on a different target, it won't listen. It's... as yeah. Just trying to get as much firepower going. And yeah, the thing with the third drone hybrid is you're basically doing the thing that also exists in real life, which is to basically amplify firepower to,
Toward the Ferris wheel.
which is what machine guns and such do.
Behind on the street. Looks like a trap.
I'm trying to think of the actual military term for it, but I'm completely blanking on it. I might catch it in a second. Oh, and also yeah, to answer that crit chance crit damage question, 58 150 with current setup. And that's of course yeah with the capacitor buffing it up pretty high. Self loot here. I should be very aware of what I loot and try to get a few of the items to these people because they're actually very low. Although damage-wise, so I'm going to go one more room before I inspect them, but damage-wise so far they're not doing too bad. I'm going to try to pull them towards me. I'm going to actually recycle my drone because to see if they follow me and get all this loot because you know, they could likely use it. Oh, they shot the... yeah. So they know some... that's interesting, actually. Because at their level, they likely shouldn't. Because, yeah, they... I heard them shooting that box, that yellow box, to come through this door. Although nowadays, the thing is as well, you don't need to do that. You can just climb over that door. Or you can just climb over this thing when it's closed. But yeah, that's actually interesting. So maybe converts? Maybe coming from console or something. That is my guess at the moment. I'm going to put my turret on me. Oh, and they went for the key chest even as well. Because that's behind them, so they wouldn't have just seen it. I'm going to put my turret actually on that railing. That'll be close enough to be Faradaying me, to not disrupt me. Popping drone as well. I have 4 missiles as well. Let's start this fight. I don't want to be all packed together like that, because... as any armor player will likely tell you many times, spacing! As grenades can, just in the way that we use grenades when they are all bunched up, that works against us as well. So I already had been, I'm gonna...
Agent incapacitated.
So I could crawl to them, but they should actually just... there's cover here, they can come get me. And one of the things is with turret drone hybrids, which is kind of nice as well, although, I mean, is a given with the turret and the drone, is that the turret will stay active and firing even when you're down, not when you're dead, but when you're only down. So even when you're down, there's still some damage going out, if your turret is complete. And yeah, I'm trying to keep an eye on trying to make sure that my drone keeps singing. It depends on drone popping. I usually know which rooms I can and I can't pop it, because it is of course a pretty long cooldown. So there, if we hadn't gone for the loot, I would have rather kept it out. If I saw that the team was instantly going to fight, then I would rather have my drone out, because otherwise the cooldown would be a little bit too long, so it would have come out halfway through the fight. I didn't double tap, but the game thought I did, so it tossed my turret route right away. There's a tardy in the group, a tardy grade. I'm gonna go pick that thing back up and just place it by hand. That there is a bad choice. Grenade launcher against the heavy is
Serious trauma detected.
and that was what hit me as well before. I'll toss a grenade to try to get them out, or just get them to stagger maybe. And they're doing the LMG thing of suppressing them all the way. So I'm curious with my... But yeah, for instance, here I will deconstruct it, because especially this next door, that I know the drone can't go through it. Why am I not healing up? That was interesting. I already have shock rounds, I'll keep those. gonna heal up here by hand. See if it, Is it likely something is keeping me in combat, but I can't imagine what exactly. But yeah. There's also, the character animation is as if it's in combat. So, at least near enemies. Yeah, here I'll try to get my turrets a little high. Okay, wait for my allies to... They seem to be half hesitant about going in. Or actually I'll put it there. Which is, I'll also try... Well... I was trying to toss it into there, to if there's any mini tanks or anything to disrupt them, which I did in the end. But I hit something along the way. I'll grab Radigan as well in a second. So I see a medic going up there, which he needs to be dead. And yeah, I'll shoot that yellow box, and that opens this door. Also with the turret and drone, it's nice. You can go loot and not feel too bad because yeah, your turret and your drone are still firing. Oh, the sniper's still there. Yeah. Yeah, I'll initiate Radigan. And you do that, as I showed yesterday as well. Shoot that rat. You shoot that rat. And when the eyes stop glowing, you know you've done it correctly. And we have 2 more rats to shoot in a second. Alright, that's good to hear. Thanks, yeah. Yeah, especially getting that Sasca chest is usually the expensive part, so... And yeah, then getting a coyote. Although you can get away with a group of mask if you don't have that yet. But also, coyote is so useful that it is worth farming, so... But I'm gonna guess you already have one already as well. I'll shoot the next rat up there. I'll make sure to be the first one into this room to shoot the last dog. As yeah, I'm still in combat with something. Wonder if like there's some enemy that like fell through the map or something and is keeping me in combat. I will actually take this time to inspect my allies. So we have somebody trying to go for a negotiator. Sure, I mean, for level 200, not the worst. That's not that great looking. And neither is that one. But for level 29, actually having 4 pieces of the same build is already more than I can ask from some.
Sorry, Dolores. Deal's up.
Yeah, I'm actually still in combat as I'm not regenerating armor. So here I usually put my turret up there. It gets to shoot at all of the waves that spawn. I'll go set myself up by this door. Because yeah, somebody needs to basically get close to this door for all of my allies from here. For the next wave to spawn. So. And I'm gonna toss a grenade over there, hoping to catch the next wave as it spawns. It was a little bit too early, turns out. But yeah, usually more things die more fast. Then here we'll have Radigan. Giving us some extra loot for very, very little work, so always worth getting. So I'll recycle both skills. Even though I won't get them back before we're ready here. Yeah, exactly. The coyote fills up that 10 crit chance a little bit. and does so better than most other pieces can. Yeah, I mean, well, you've seen it. Not so much. I mean, I've run it a few times as well, of course, but you've seen Xander run it a lot alongside me these last few sessions. I was assuming that, yeah, we were already here, that we were going. I'll put my turret pretty far forward, just so it also acts as an aggro. And the thing with this build is especially it's actually decently strong on the weapon, of course, and has pretty good turret and a pretty good drone. And a force multiplier. That's the word I was looking for. It's basically, yeah, it's a force multiplier. It's making one player there basically act as 3 points that the enemy can shoot at in that way, and also just getting more volume of fire towards the enemy. Because also just having enemies be hit by skills, by yourself, just staggers them, keeps them busy, basically keeps them in animations, and not firing at you or your allies. So that's also, for instance, one of the reasons that Negotiator kind of works as well, because yeah, that spread damage will also stagger enemies, and in doing so, it will keep you a lot safer because you're just also just constantly staggering everything that is aiming towards you. I would have liked for them to come get this loot, but here we'll show if they're all on comms or not, and they are. But yeah, that guy didn't pay attention, but then, or maybe they're not, because otherwise he would have also gone for the actual loot. I think like the other two are on comms. Alright, let's go. That was some high DPI movements there.
There are explosives detonating.
Especially for stuff like this as well. So my drone is going directly for that heavy. That's going to keep that heavy busy basically till he dies. And I'll put my turret on something else. I'll kill the rushers with my own gun. Although my drone, of course, did the cat thing of not going to the target that I told it to go to. But then I readjusted it. This tardigrade is actually doing a lot of help towards me. Although, of course, if they just killed more, that would have helped as well. Kill this box, just let's have the healing stop. I'll go over here. Actually, don't remember what the range of a blaster is. It's 28 meters, so same as FAMAS. So I shouldn't be engaging as far as I am. Just to maximize my output. Because yeah, for instance, there I was at 40-ish meters, most likely.
Patrol are headed to the roller coaster northeast of your position.
I love this area, especially at night. It's very, very well set up to be to have cool lighting. And yeah, there's this chest over here that I'll grab. I will recycle my drone here. I will actually share. That was double crit chance. Actually. Oh, yeah, no, that's not worth anything to them. Because yeah, if I share them with them, they might think, oh, I should be wearing this, but they likely shouldn't. I thought it was a crit chance, crit damage one, and then that could be useful for some builds. As it's we're reaching the golden hour. One thing that I would love for them to implement is if neutral lighting, which is a setting in the graphic settings, that really changes the lighting especially of at night. If you could toggle that with basically a keybind. But the thing with it is as well, it's too dark for a lot of time. But sometimes it's cool to like just have it. I was trying to toss my turret, but it hit the edge of it there. I'll just put it on this railing. Oh yeah, and also if you're wondering how you put those things on railings like that, with that animation, you just double tap. Or in my case, I have, there's an option in the key bindings of, at least on PC. I don't know if it's on consoles as well. Of instant use skill. And that's bound to my mouse scrolling. So if I scroll up, it basically deploys my turret as instant deploy. And down my drone.
Agent,
I'm gonna recycle both again. Grab this loot,
unit by the collapsed coaster.
which is one of the easy ones to miss because yeah, everybody usually just comes up here and doesn't think that you can like go over there, but yeah, you very much can. They have a lot of teddy bears, of course, and an amusement. As actually, yeah, let me here actually. Although, what menu was it in again? Is it just graphics? There we go. Yeah, neutral lighting. Because I'll turn that on here. Shouldn't break anything. And yeah, it's, so basically light sources don't scatter as much as it does and removes the haze a little bit. The haze effect that you have in the game. I do actually want a med pack. Making some night scenes a lot more vibrant. A lot more... have a lot more dark spaces, basically. And here as well, I'm going to go in that same spot that I did with the Eclipse recently. Just going to go in here, put my turrets as well here. Because yeah, I'll catch that next, well, not the next wave, but the wave after that. That was an ambusher. That wasn't what. I wanna reseed. I wanna see that see that footage in a second again, or after the stream. I'll actually make it now, because I think that was the ambusher keeping us in combat. As I let this while I'm distracted, because I saw a bow. That's a sniper dog. That will hurt. Nice of her to... oh, no, actually. She staggered out of it. So the heavy comes out as well. But yeah. An unsupported heavy very much is an easy thing to deal with. I'm hoping my allies are dealing well enough with the chopper. That's putting people down. They're pretty far away. As yeah, I really want to catch the boss here in a second. I'm already actually gonna... that was maybe a little bit too early. There we go. Usually that staggers her. Apparently that time she didn't feel like being staggered. Which apparently is a thing she can do. And we'll have a little bit of a fight then. But yeah, as you saw yesterday with the Eclipse, I just catch her in that start and just... it's over within seconds. But in this case, we'll have a little bit of a fight. As my turret needs to maybe go a little bit closer. So I'll move it by hand. But yeah, also my drone is keeping her busy, making it so that
Ma'am,
she's not really fighting aggressively.
Jones is gone.
I want to go see if, yeah, if I was correct in my assessment there, because yeah, I'm pretty certain if his body is still here.
At least we have Chernenko and can find out what he knows. It's
He might have despawned
Keener is
already
planning
as well.
something big. With Chernenko's intel, hopefully we can stop whatever Keener is planning. Good job, Agent.
I'll see it on the footage. But yeah, that might have also been, yeah, the thing keeping us in combat this whole time. I'm gonna give these guys a GGC around, because yeah, they did for their levels. actually pretty good. I did want to see what the damage differential was, and yeah, 2 people were carrying that, but at least I wasn't alone. That's all I really need. Is sometimes some other people.
Entering safe area.
Oh, oh, you mean the group I was with in the game, to refer them to the. Well, the thing is, it's hard to explain to people. I find it's better if they basically find it on their own, because also the thing is, if I show it to them, first off, linking through the game is actually really hard. If they don't know that you can copy chat messages, which you can do, you can actually drag select and copy links from in the game. And on top of that, I usually find that, yeah, trying to push someone towards it is actually, they become a little bit resistant usually. Whereas if they just find it on their own, it's more likely that they'll be interested and just going through it. But yeah, they'll likely go and eventually look for sources anyway. And at this point, they'll likely, it depends on basically where they land. If they land on in the Discord or something, they're very likely to find good guides like mines or Rossi's. Or they might search on YouTube, and there is a toss-up if you get, someone of knowledge or not. But yeah, that was actually kind of fun. Reacquainting myself with the third throne, because I don't run them as often anymore. Although they're still really good builds. They still do their job. Third drone hybrids. I should briefly check message-wise. Let me check actually how many keys I still need, because I saw at least one pop-up have a key, except that's not the menu that shows that. So I needed 3 more, so that's 12 levels at most. And 19 levels till 5k. And just for variety's sake, I should grab something else as well and matchmake with that one. But yeah, we've seen strikers, we've seen patriots quite often. Combat medic might be a choice, although I don't like her combat medic because it's very much designed as, I really want to rework hers, but also I don't want to take the time to do it. Hers is very set up as with Overwatch and Composure, so cover based. And yeah, that's not really how I quite often myself play. But I wanted to just have a different version for not having a direct copy, basically. Actually, yeah, let's take Negotiator. And quite a lot of people often, when they see this, they'll go like, wait, what are you doing, dude? Which is the correct answer to if you see this. But it's set up to that either I can put in and also with stats-wise, it's set up in a way that I can either put in a Coyote, or I can put in a Vigilance backpack, Seska or Grupo, depending on if I'm going with ARs or rifles, and or even a Contractor's gloves, and going LMG. That's also why that's a secondary LMG. Actually, let me double check stat-wise. So yeah, it's on 52, 170. Those will end at 173 once it's fully set up. And yeah, I do run this G36 with it. I do like the G36, especially for running it with damage talents, strained in this case, or even flatline. I kind of like the G36s. The enhanced one, though, specifically. There are 3 variants, and especially the enhanced one has the better handling and is a little bit of a better pattern, and it has a long rail, which one of them doesn't. The Hunter's Fury. How do you mean? How I have it set up? Oh, as a double way. This one as well. Yes. So yeah, this one's set up in to either take a memento. It's basically these two pieces, of course, are double gruppo. So I would never run it in this fashion because yeah, I'm getting explosive damage at that point, and that's not helping me in any way. We had set up to either take a Ridgeway's chest and then have a Sadist backpack with gruppo, or have a memento go in there and then it becomes a memento obliterate as it is here. And yeah, this is very much then the SMG version. And yeah, SMG, you can also go with just going Vigilance backpack, which this character can do as well with a Seska Vigilance. And yeah, Memento really works well for Hunter's Fury. It is a build that really works with a shield as well. So at least depending on playstyles, the way I play it is very much kind of like a tech tank, but just more aggressive and just not having that. You don't have that super strong shield, but you have a ton more damage. And with Memento, you can usually also go one blue core less. So then having, and also yeah, the blue cores in general are just too taste. It's if you play around with it for a while, you'll feel like, okay, I could use a little bit more damage and have a weaker shield, or I want to have even a stronger shield, and then you can take one more blue. So you can basically move that line to like where you like it to be. I very much like having two blues, especially for going the Sadist variant. But then it's actually, I feel one blue too many for my playstyle with the Memento. So I would, if I were to have this set up to be only with the Memento, I would keep one blue core on this, and then I would have an extra blue core of the Memento, and then one skill tier of it as well. But yeah, I'll take this Negotiator with backpack, and we'll hop into a mission and just run Negotiator, which is something that I, from time to time, it is still a build that I exactly grab as I do here, just for variety's sake. Just it's a set playstyle, so it requires you to play it in a certain way, and that's I quite enjoy that. So just from time to time, but of course, just grabbing it once in a while means that I'll be rusty with it. This is not a mission, although I will help here. No directives though. And yeah, I very much want to shoot multiple things, tag up to 3, and then. And when you do that, actually, so if you keep 3 targets up at most times, the Negotiator is really the only thing that can basically kind of still compete with Striker on output. I'm gonna go across and go in here. That heavy runs past me. Yeah, I'm quite confident in being able to kill whatever's in here. Yeah, we don't have the armor break directive, so this zone is gear mods, which suddenly makes sense why people are running this here. That's also the reason that I run the pulse with this build. Is it is a little bit more reliant on getting your weapon on target, and especially having pulse makes that a little bit easier. Just I can see where enemies are, what their animations is that they're doing at that point. Trying to see where this enemy is. And so we're also already on the defense. Curious to see just on the map for a second, what were they matchmaking for? Potomac? Yeah. But then they got sidetracked all the way over here, apparently. Yeah, in moments like that, the Negotiator really shines. Because I can even like leave an enemy on a little bit of armor or health, and just start moving on to the next enemy, and even maybe going towards another wave. So here, for instance, I'll attack him as well. We'll mostly work on the boss. a little bit rusty on G36s, so I'm reacquainting myself with the pattern a little bit. Mortar in the team as well. I was hoping to pull out the rifle there, but I don't. Because yeah, we're way outside of optimal.
Hostile broadcast
And
detected.
it's surprising actually that he's fallen way that far. I'll pulse here as well, see if there's anything else coming. But yeah, I'm confident my teammates should be able to kill one guy. And we matchmaked for a mission and we did the CP. Although in a zone that I totally don't mind. So
Supply room access unlocked.
gonna hop on back up here. They had looted this this already because I would have been in range to get this lit. So, all right, resources, which is weird. They're going for Potomac, and I'll go join them. Although Potomac is very much a mission. Although I mean that's true for all missions for me a little bit. It's one that I would normally grab Eclipse because of course I would in group. And zero directives, nice and relaxed version. So I'll show here actually. So this guy, oh, he's doing it as well. You can sneak up on him, actually pistol him. If you don't shoot him with a loud weapon, nothing else is aggro to us. Actually, he was also so far away that his weapon was not heard. And that lets you just run up to into here without everything running towards you as well. And that's one of the places of suppressors do kind of do something in the game. It's just not really what most people or most games do with suppressors, where they basically have a stealth mechanic tied to them. Here, sometimes you can make it so that you can kill something, and mechanically in the background, what is happening is when you assault one person of a group, so in that case, that enemy is just solo. He isn't linked to anybody else in here, basically. Then you can kill him and they won't aggro. But usually, even assaulting a single member of, for instance, a 4-man patrol or a wave, usually all waves are all together one group. Hitting even one of them will just aggro the entire wave. I have a grenade launcher as well, and
Well, at least now we know the
this is one of the places to use a grenade launcher. There's a ton of damage there. Killed a few of the reds even. And the grenade launcher is actually a good, like demolition is actually a good choice for a lot of builds as well. Especially as well, it has a pretty good group buff. It is 5 damage to targets out of cover extra for the team. And that's basically for builds that are running detox weapon. I mean, everybody's running detox weapon anyway, unless you don't know better. But if they're also running foxes with it, it's still right under 4% bonus. And 4% is of course it's well beyond noticeable range. And just that grenade launcher is nice. And also, actually, one of the things that I really like about Demolitionist is you can ignore an explosion once per minute, basically. If you get hit by explosion, you don't get staggered, you don't get damage. The thing on the bar basically goes on cooldown. And you ignore also all of the damage and stuff. Although not so there, I ignored the damage, but not the fire. Because fire killed me there.
Agent out of action.
But yeah, so if you get hit by a grenade launcher, so there, for instance, it did eat. So that was either a red or a purple. It did eat that explosion. But yeah, also especially against Black Tusk, you can just sit in cover. Against True Sun's heavies, you can just eat one. Letting you just keep firing instead of moving. Falls here. And here I'm not playing it that well because yeah, especially against outcasts, you have targets where it matters and you want to have them down. Rushers, to be specific. And that means that, yeah, you will single point fire towards them just to get them down because, yeah, you need them gone. So you don't spread fire as much when those are on the field. And here, for instance, as well, like if this heavy was... And that heavy actually, his AI is broken, looks like. He's not moving, not assaulting. He was stuck on something, basically. As, this zone is Cavalier. Which,
Almost to the dock, Agent. Hope you're not too late.
hasn't found much uses, I feel. Oh, that was a lot of them. Indeed, yeah. If they have raised the percentage of them. But yeah, it's not uncommon. We got 4 there, basically. But the thing was, depending on the team you're playing with, you won't see all 4. They won't all go for you. There, they all went... I basically was in all of their ways.
Agents, hostiles are inbound on your position by the docks.
Yeah, especially with waves like that, where they're spawning from a door.
Movement toward the boats, but no sign of the strategist.
What even killed him? I think he self-killed. I'll put some fire against him. And here's the nice thing, I've killed the heavy basically by shooting at that gunner there. And even that gunner, I'll put some more damage towards him just by shooting his friends. But especially against group spawning like that, it's actually pretty strong. There as well, I ignored that explosion just by virtue of being a demolitionist, because my explosion, it's that third one on the bar now that is like filling up. There's flame rounds here? Really? I never knew this, apparently. Huh.
We need reinforcements on the dock now.
Hmm.
Take out the intruders. Protect
I knew the flame grenade, or a grenade there, which is a flame grenade. Yeah. Needed to be. But I'm surprised that I had assumed they had killed this guy, but they hadn't. Did they know? Going for it? They didn't.
They're coming at me from all sides. I can't get...
Well, yeah, sometimes once in a while you find something new like that.
Shit. Agent Kelso's not...
Because yeah, that's earlier than most of the places that you could get flame rounds. And then as an Eclipse, those are super handy because then I can take flame rounds into this fight, which makes... which actually would make it a lot easier here to get some flames on, especially the things spawning above you. As our buddy in front of us is in complete rush mode. Although he looks to be going up and setting himself up, so he's not triggering it. Because yeah, you have to go pretty far here. I'll wait for my allies to get a little bit closer, or at least 3 of us to be here. And then I'll go trigger it. Because yeah, it takes a few seconds for it to spawn anyway by that point. Our other ally will be here as well.
Kill them and feed the burn pit.
Trying to see where they're spawning. Oh, that was still the first one. I'll use my grenade launcher here. Most of them will spawn in there. I didn't do as good of a job as I wanted to, but not too bad. Most of the things coming out of there are damaged. And we don't have Ragers for once. Pulse here, just to see everything.
Serious trauma detected.
I'm gonna fall back. My allies have all set up there. I'm like the biggest target there. I'm gonna actually relocate, go over on this side, and set myself up here. Because one of the downsides of setting everybody up on the same side is that you can't, if something gets suppressed against one person, it's basically suppressed against everyone. Whereas here, for instance, I can actually, I at times will likely be able to shoot still at stuff. And here, usually I also use a grenade launcher around this. Mostly reds, although a grenade. The mortar player is also doing their job there. I actually briefly want, after this guy dies, I'll take the moments here to inspect my allies. So we have a striker with chest, without coyote. So he's gaining that from me, at least, hopefully. That is a weird setup for explosive build, especially with the Alps in there. And that's 3-piece hunters, 3-piece True Patriot, which means that neither set is active. Or, well, 2 pieces of each, and then Ninja Bike providing the 3rd piece of each. And, yeah, with gear sets, unless you know what you're doing, always go for the 4-piece bonuses, because they're strong. They're the real reason for them to exist. Like, there's one outlier nowadays with Hotshot, and that's basically it. Spread the loving around. Yeah, that's one of the fun things with negotiators. You do have to start playing a little bit differently. You have to learn to move targets, to choose what you're going to tag and then what you're going to shoot at. So for instance, here I'll tag a few of these reds, although the red got, the elite up there got destroyed anyway pretty quick. Especially in solo, where you're a lot more in control of everything that you're fighting, it can make quite a difference between an advanced player that is doing their targets quite well versus somebody that isn't. I will go grab ammo here,
Gunfire?
hoping that that ally doesn't rush up forward just solo, because he'll likely die. That's the only thing that's going to happen to him,
Wait,
if he does.
is that Kelso?
Because yeah, I want to grab that chest over there as well.
Oh, thank God. Has Kelso...
And they didn't engage yet, so that's at least something. Yeah, here I'm very much outside of optimal. I want to be a little bit closer, so I will go do that. Yeah, this very much is part of that discussion with the video on bad methodology. Is yeah, I would never play the way that other player that I indicted basically of playing. Like, you have feet, just move on forward. Put yourself in places to deal damage well. I have a little bit of a hole there that I can get through.
Keep them away from me! Whatever you do, don't let them into the concert hall!
An agent needs assistance.
Yeah, just trying to get spreads going. Loot back there as well. Actually, I didn't even catch what his backpack talent was, but yeah, surgical alignment is one of the good choices there. Lets you get that named piece in there as well as this player. Oh, it's just ninja or...
You really thought I'd sit and wait for you to assassinate me?
But Empress, missing out on Empress there, because at least putting 2 pieces of Empress there would actually be very useful, maybe. But yeah, Empress with its skill efficiency is one of the better stats. And one of the downsides, especially with mortar builds and regulars as well, kind of, is their screen shake. And yeah, a lot of people very much dislike it. I can handle it. I'm used to playing alongside of it, and I know that the mortar builds are very strong, so as long as they're played well and they deal good damage, I'm kind of okay with it as well. I swapped to my grenade launcher thinking I would need it there, but I really didn't. Yeah, they're gonna set that side on fire, so I'm okay on this side. I should have a furnace chest out there. I very much want to catch those. That will help a lot with killing everything. Find the boss. Spread the level around. As we get through this boss fight pretty fast and easily, so. A pulse. And I jump down there. Just easy way to get down here, as they're gonna set up there on fire as well, of course. What I'll do here is help along with some grenade rounds, killing a lot of the small stuff. So that guy only on the mini-map, so yeah, that's, if Fog of War was active, I would not have seen that. Noticed that.
Agent down.
So one guy left. Oh, two guys. And yeah, once that wave is done, once that video basically starts playing, it's done. You can just go loot.
I'll do whatever you want. I'll tell you everything.
All right, calm down. Stop embarrassing yourself. So we gotta
Sadly, a bad third stat and a bad talent, so.
yourself. Together
Do we have a low level? Nah. That's not worth sharing even. There's one chest after this door, so I'll go get that. As somebody gets a cost to go back from from the mission completion. It's full random.
An agent is no longer in your.
And I will actually give them a GG
Other agent is now
here and hop off them.
You have
Readjust a little bit. Give myself a little bit of a stretch.
safe area detected.
Actually curious to see how they were set up. Ah, they just landed right away. That's weird. Why would they run out right away? So we got 2 mods from the CP we assaulted. Let's have a look again here. We need 3 more keys, 9 more levels at most. Or 9 levels total, because I saw that with the last pop-up that 1 level left till the key, so that's 1, and then I need further 8 for the other 2. Yeah, I wanna farm any zones. I'm kind of in the mood for running around with some missions, but I'll keep this up. And yeah, this is usually what I do as well, of just grabbing different builds each round, just giving myself a little bit of variety. Sometimes, of course, I stick to one build just because I'm farming, usually tech tanks. As one thing I could run here is, for instance, my own mortar build, but I don't want to do that to people. I'll run a combat medic. Haven't done it in a while. I do grab them from time to time. This one I haven't ran in a while because, yeah, as I said, I need to be in cover, which isn't really my playstyle. I usually, even when I use cover,
To another agent's
I am not in cover. As a, I want to see what the target allocation is. I don't want to do the entirety of manning, not as this build at least. Maybe as a Eclipse, I would be more okay with it. But so we'll try again, and that's the handiness of knowing this trick, where we, as we go to Jefferson Trade Center, which is likely the invaded one, so we'll start a little bit on invasion. So briefly as well, check that everything here is working. Cool skills is active as well, which is a little bit annoying.
Shade node. If they get to it, just get in there and stop them.
I'll see what my teammates are at the very least. So yeah, I'll put my hive down, putting my chem on cooldown, but also usually I don't need all 9 charges of the chem, so I'm okay with giving that up. Because yeah, I'll likely get a charge. If I have to as well, I can supercharge and heal people back up as well. With fragile armor up, people can get themselves into a little bit of trouble by armor breaking way too much. They are a true patriot, because they're applying against true patriot debuff. I'm hoping they are a red patriot, because that of course makes the most sense. Although they aren't, just from the armor bar, you can tell that. Just that
Vital signs critical.
there was one of those moments that if I was demolitionist, I would have eaten that and not be hurt by it. As I do have armor break there. As that other player is already on 3 armor breaks, and I mean that makes their armor bar smaller and more hard for me to heal it back. That mini tank will deconstruct. We're out of combat. As this place is future, I think they're done.
Warning. Unauthorized network access.
I briefly want to see what my allies are, as they are rushing in as well, which is going to give issues later on. And that's not great, that's not great. And neither is that. The thing with the combat medic is it's again a support build. Its effectiveness is reliant on its allies. It can help strong allies become stronger, but weak allies are not helped as much. I'm trying to stay to cover, of course, for Overwatch and Composure that this build has. And the Overwatch buff as well is, of course, pretty decent. It is actually one of those things that in an 8-man group, especially in raids, dark hours, we would basically always have at least one person running Overwatch. Because they'll give up a little bit of their own damage, around 10% of their own damage, giving 10% around 9% damage to everybody else. And that, as you can imagine, giving 1% or 10% on one person less, and then everybody else gets more, is quite strong. It's just kind of the same thing as Red Future and Red Patriot. He's already on 4 armor breaks, which kind of shows on his playstyle. So I won't be as much of use to him, most likely, because he has no armor bar for me to really heal up. Although he's decently well set up as a striker, so. So in the first week, as you see there, with a 2 times multiplier to XP, in the first week of a manhunt starting, there's for the first 15 levels, you get double XP. So you can, and of course that basically means that with 7.5 levels worth of XP, you're getting basically 15 levels. And yeah, once you've used that up though, it is just those. So take that armor breakaway. And as has been the case for every manhunt, I think I should even since season 1, maybe they added in later. But yeah, so doing the playing in the, and it's not just for, it's basically for anything that you do. It's not tied to anything specific. So that's not open, boys. As they would try to go through the closed door. Yeah, I need to keep Overwatch. I'll work on this mini tank because yeah, just might as well. Because the boss will not die very quickly. Yeah, once in a while I'll have, if I put my hive down, after a while I will have it charged basically.
They were trying to access the Shade database.
As they don't grab the key chest loot because they want to rush. They're in go mode, which is always just wait for your team. There's no need. Though he is waiting, although he's inventorying. I'll go get the chest on the side, so I won't be engaging anyway on my own. But he will. Yeah, that's what you get there, because yeah, everything will now be firing at you. And there's a reason to not solo engage. Just wait for your damn team. Because yeah, if 4 people shoot at once, we could have killed maybe some of the stuff, and not all of it would have fallen back as it has. As I see sniper glints back there, and yeah, not very much in an optimal range at all. Push up. But I'm very afraid for the next wave, because I don't feel this team has the damage to deal with it very fast. And they will suffer for it a little bit. Oh, that's a dog.
An agent needs assistance.
He's been gotten. I'll try to catch this wave on my own lonesome. Yeah, especially the one thing that this build kind of does have, although not when I get hit by grenades, of course, is while I'm in my own healing hive, that is not healing me for some reason. Oh, thank you. They... what are you guys doing? Why are you guys in there?
Vital signs critical.
The sniper dog will likely kill me. I am Faraday, so once I kill this dog...
Agent down.
So the line that I always have for here is one simple thing, and that is I can heal armor. Well, actually, in most games you can heal health. In this game, I can heal armor. I cannot heal stupid. Stupidity is not healable by chems. And I will wish them the best and go on my merry way. And yeah, that's because yeah, they pushed in. The next wave spawned next to them. I don't know why they went that far. Like, just don't. The one chance that I would have had, and I didn't get the shots in at time, is to have got that other dog in the back and killed him, because I couldn't have gotten out of the car cover. And that's also one of the things is always handy to do, is just analyze what went wrong. when stuff goes wrong, what went wrong. So in this case, they went in unsupported. I could have maybe tried getting my hive more towards them, but they were also very much armor broken, so they wouldn't have benefited as much from it. I could have maybe supercharged, giving the other guy a hive. That might have been an option, but then I would have lost my hive and not the healing that it provided me, because I needed it as well a little bit. And then once they were all down and the dog was upon me, what I should maybe have done is either fallen back. I didn't have a health kit at that point, so that would have been hard to do. And the thing was, I was being held down by the heavy. I could have tried to chain the heavy, but then the dog would have gotten me. I could have tried to get the dog better by shooting him in the butt and going straight through him, but those shots didn't land at that point, just from high stress moment, and couldn't carry it. But also at that point as well, it was very unlikely for me to be able to carry it. So. The fault did not originate with me, is my conclusion, and I'll leave it at that. But I had options, and a few of them I did not take. So I could have chained. I could have tried to go for the weak point on the dog as well. That might have worked, but yeah, I didn't. I was angry at my allies and just almost on tilt with them, basically, as I almost go directly into. But I will attempt once more, as they are free roaming in Haven. As I'll join on them. So I don't know which mission we're going to, but we'll find out soon enough, most likely. Likely Wall Street again, because a lot of people that have the season pass do the season pass daily as well. Because yeah, it is a good chunk of XP. But yeah, when failing, it is always recommended to take a step back and just go through it. See what were your options, what could you have done, and be honest. It's usually, I mean, in this case, you guys are watching, but in my case, usually it's just me. I'm not. I do judge myself, but I don't judge myself to that level. So. We don't have any directives here. Yeah, I'll go with this will be the third time on this mission. But also, this is one of the missions that, a healing kind of build can be useful. And I'm also curious a little bit. I'll inspect my allies in a bit. One of the things I always try to do... Oh, there's an Eclipse with us as well. Okay, so I wouldn't have gone Eclipse anyway. Although likely then I would have gone Strike or just our damage out here. As something's on the minigun up there. One thing I do want to do is keep more in cover. Just for my composure as well. And that's one of the things that the composure kind of does provide. Is vigilance would, of course, every time I get hit, it would get removed. Composure doesn't. And of course, I'm healing myself as well, so I can actually kind of face tank while I'm healing, as long as not too many things. And then I do still keep my composure. So there is some sense there. I do agree with past self. He is not a complete idiot, but vigilance is 10% more when I'm not getting shot. So, And this guy is running a tank kind of build, it seems. Which I don't even really see from his, him running around with a shield without a care in the world. But mostly from his damage not being... I'm doing more damage than him. By quite a lot.
Or just incompetent. Seriously. Try hitting them instead of wasting valuable artillery.
Serious trauma detected.
And it's also not being like the red FI with safeguard, where it needs to be at full armor to heal or anything. Its healing is pretty consistent. And I have supercharge as well, and I will use that in the next room, giving it to the Eclipse. This doesn't fill me with... I wanna see what these guys are, and I get the feeling I might leave. Because also I've done... Partly as well because I've done Wall Street twice. I'll go into cover here before I actually get hit by a mortar. That's not a build. Neither is that. Because, yeah. this shouldn't be in there. And a decent looking eclipse. You know what? Suddenly a striker has appeared. That's what's happened there. We need damage dealers. I'll be that damage dealer. Hopefully the eclipse sets something on fire, which they do. I'll help them spread. And one of the videos I would also consider making at some point, as just a rambling talk kind of thing, is how to support other builds. For instance, here, when the eclipse sets them on fire, I'll kill them. I'll make sure that they're my primary target, killing them and getting the thing to spread. But even, for instance, the small things of like when you're with an FI, trying to keep yourself healed up at all times, hiding behind shields more, not taking chip damage as easily. But yeah, especially how to play alongside the eclipse is one of the things I think I can give some decent insights in. And it's one of those things, especially once you know the builds, then you also know what they're doing basically, and that makes it a lot easier to. So, for instance, here I'm gonna open with this Banshee Pulse, giving that eclipse a bunch of targets if they're smart, but they weren't up to it. They were.
Reaching to the stockpile now.
But yeah, you can coordinate like that a little bit. Because yeah, I would love for them to set something on fire, which they do there, and then I'll help it spread. Although, for instance, there I killed the target before they actually. And even actually some of the things, so I don't see people doing that even in raids and such anymore. But for instance, what we used to do always in raids is if we, for the healer, for instance, we would leave an enemy on basically a sliver and go like, okay, it's for you, grab your future perfect. And stuff like that. Because yeah, of course, a lot of those on-kill talents are hard to get, especially something like future perfect on a full healing build. I'm having issues seeing the enemies there because I'm talking too much. I'll have shock rounds here. Actually no. Wait, what bar did I see pull? Oh, wait, that's obliterate. Never mind. I don't have an Elmo on this build. This build is still saved with a FAMAS. So it would be a miracle if I just got shock rounds for no reason. Yeah, that tank player thinks likely that he's useful, but I hope he doesn't instantly. I mean, he can't actually, because we need to still get this one first. Yeah, exactly. And yeah, but that one is not that close. It's so next up is the named item one. Yeah, there he got something on fire, and I'll make it spread. Yeah, next up is the named item one, then ongoing directive, then the buff builds overview.
Immediate medical assistance.
So here is exactly that thing that I was talking about. They spawned down there first. My entire team set up and waited for them to come out of the elevator, which is an understandable move, but it shows poor understanding of the mission. Because yeah, if we set up all here, we could have killed the bottom spawn first, where the heavy was as well in this case, and then go back. We have a LMG. Let's see which one it is. It is the Pestilence.
Tiles nearby.
Why do I have an armor break? How did that bleed through? Oh, actually, no, we got into combat again. But that almost perfectly landed where an armor break would be. Yeah, I was talking about, and yeah, after the ongoing directive, I'm going to do a video on basically the 3 buffing builds and how they differ and work and which one works best where.
An agent needs assistance.
And likely after that one will be... Actually, no, likely even not. Because yeah, I have other ones as well still before that. But yeah, the list of videos coming up is actually pretty long. And,
It's time to take
I haven't completely sorted it into the order. So, well, up to those 4, I've
Take your
sorted
time.
it up to an order.
You don't need to rush this.
Oh, somebody else got a pestilence in that fight as well. So 2 exotics dropped in 1 fight. But yeah, also build showcase wise, Hunter's Fury's coming up, Negotiator's coming up, Umbra's coming up, high end tech tanks coming, or Heartbreaker tech tanks coming up, high end third drone. I'm gonna use my plenty plant. Why aren't they closing the distance? That's weird. And also here, so a lot of people go to the left, and I never understood that because you don't need to, because you can shoot the left one from the right, from there, from the start. Then I'll go up here, shoot this thing. It was weird that all this wasn't aggroed for some reason. And then yeah, that last one you can actually come up here. So they shot it from there, but you can come up here and shoot it from here, which is a lot safer than the side that they're on. Because I basically always, with this APC fight, much better to go to the right side than the left side. But I feel a lot of people feel like it feels natural to them to go to the left side. I never understood it. Oh, he swapped off Eclipse. So what did you become? What did you give up being an Eclipse for? A bad striker. Okay. Because yeah, I had Walker Harris chest. And...
Dragov is holed up in the exchange, but it looks like it's locked down tight. You might be able to gain access from the scaffolding across the street.
Thinking of going back to combat medic. Because yeah, now it has something to support. There's even that bad setup of a... Well, it's a few percentages points, right? But even in that setup of striker, he'll deal plenty of damage.
Let's fuck him up!
I'll stick with this. You know. Let's just get through this. Carry this tank player to his to his daily. See the heavy there? Got the backpack off right away, which is the dangerous part on him. And as well, you can just kill him decently quickly as a striker, leaving the tanks there. Oh, we're this way going. Oh, they did blow up the special ammo. Would have been nice to have some. Kind of waiting for that dude, but he's not coming for some reason. Oh. I was looking at chat and not looking where I was going. Now I can't really... I can still get up. Because yeah, I usually try to get up here. Because yeah, I can basically sideswipe all of these guys. Because on Heroic, usually they don't spawn from that door, so... I was expecting enemies to come from that side, so that's why I instantly shot him as well. Oh. Here's to see actually, does this work? Kind of. Although not well. They only got one of the enemies, but there's likely several. The rest of the team is on that side. That other player woke up as well, and he's still down there. As they... I'll go get my loot over here. Go over here and wait for my team. Yeah, I mean that's on him basically. Yeah, if you can't get the stacks, but yeah, if you're competing with other players, yeah, and yeah, strikers are strong enough that they can compete with headhunters, regulars. He'll likely go in. I'll let him. This other one's also here. That guy swapped build again, it seems. Because that's not the skills he had a second ago. At least this guy, I was about to compliment him that he doesn't block. He sets himself up in decent positions, but then he blocked himself.
Division's heading towards the exchange.
Hold them off. I'll strap up and deal with this personally. Rod, Knuckles, you're with me.
Supercharge. Why?
Unknown network.
Guy's making all the bad choices. I mean, FI isn't bad, especially... Is that half healer? Is this with skill damage? Why do you have a turret, dude? Why do you have safeguard?
These bastards
You're on safeguard.
your brothers, murdered your sisters, imprisoned you.
He's giving the full spectrum of how to not set up builds. With just being close enough to being something worthwhile, but then something's broken on. With the Walker and Harris piece on the other build, and in this case, running a turret while not having any skill damage, which is, yeah, not really that. We would have benefited from a ton of other skills. Just him having a decoy would be more useful than a turret. Because as well, he's playing with bad teammates, so I'm sticking in the healing a little bit. Although he's put it so far back that I won't be for too long. But yeah, the rest of the team isn't, so they're not benefiting from his buff. And he should move up his buff, but he doesn't. I'll go get another charge. Because yeah, he literally has one job, because he's also not, for instance, he doesn't have opportunistic on his back. Helping with damage. He has safeguard, which is pretty useless on FI, especially when you already have that much healing and repair skills on it, because you're gonna, in one charge, you're gonna heal up everything except that tank if he's fully empty, and he'll just then take 3 charges. Because for instance here, I would love some healing, but his healing isn't here. His healing isn't out actually.
It's time. The division's reign of terror.
Although we get it out of combat here.
Let's get him, boys.
Yeah, in this case, yeah, for this is basically I'll do the
Minigun power restored.
was it that one? Okay. I'll do the cleanup duties. Because yeah, letting all of those enemies run around is not worth it. And him setting up his healing in the middle is, I mean, it's at least somewhere. But I'm gonna go around. The thing to do with these bosses is to very much have someone in front of them, someone behind them. There's no reason to all sit in the middle there and shoot him. Like, if the shield breaks here, I see that as a personal failure on my part, if the shield breaks. And they'll likely will... Okay.
Rogue agent deceased.
And yeah, there's supercharges after fights are over, which when no hives are on cooldown. Like, that just also just shows. Save them for when you... Like, he could have just gone and picked up his hive, and... I mean, we're done with the mission, but earlier on, he also did it once. There's also, yeah, for instance here, this safeguard is completely useless when this could be opportunistic, and then you could hit him with a shotgun, providing your team with a buff. And even having this many repair skills, having the mods here also be repair skills, is actually also a bad choice, because you basically have too much healing on your... Well, he's using a hive, but with a cam especially, you would have way too much. But this is healing for 900k. That's more than a... that's more than a red bill's worth per charge. So you're much better off than going skill haste, at least, and then for normal cam, just for that. Or maybe, in this case, maybe even if you want to do the split like this, like a half healer, then all of these should be skill damage, so you have some skill damage to back that thing up. Just to give some insights why I dislike that guy. Oh well, his choices. A person isn't all their choices. You can always change. So the camera has given up the ghost. I'll fix that. There's a drop of battery. There's also most likely by a long shot. Yeah. Surprised I didn't even get most kills, but that's likely down to having been combat medic for the first few parts. And we got the year 5 cache, meaning that the camera's back. That, yeah, we got all 15 levels worth of double XP. So that solves that. As we also get a Henry. Still actually do need to go farm a double red Henry for this account while the getting is good, while they are dropping quite a lot. I'll see if I need one of those, which was a double crit chance, crit damage Sokolov backpack. That could be retalentable if I optimize it out. I'll toss it into the stash and see if I have one. Okay. Looks like I do. Although I don't have a free talentable one. So I will actually hang on to this one. Likely optimize it to full. Give up on this one basically. And then basically remove these two and then just have this free talentable one. Because I don't think I have Sokolov backpacks on any loadouts on this character. Yeah, Sokolov backpacks can be useful. For instance, with that, with the Hunter's Fury that I have on this character, if I were to put in a piece alongside of this Grupo, it would be a Sokolov. Because Seska you don't really need, because you can get enough from just the SMG with 3 crit chance mods. And then you would pair it with Grupo and Sokolov, or 2-piece Sokolov, which is the same bonuses basically. And yeah, so we didn't really see the combat medic there, so I'll give it one more go. Hoping for a decently strong team for it to support.
You have received an invite.
I didn't actually check where we were going, and we do have cool skills again.
Both. Heavier concentration to the south. out.
But we're basically at the end of this mission, so
Should be closer.
in any case, I will stick around. I'll push up, put my hive here.
And notes from months of prisoner interrogations.
Oh, it's not invaded. It's just normal.
Military-grade laptop kept in the main holding area downstairs.
And yeah, for that kind of play, actually, this tech tank kind of works. Because yeah, it can take the hits and just keep firing. Because yeah, it's in its own healing. But the tech tank is called it. Combat medic. It's in its own healing, and yeah, it has Overwatch, so it doesn't... it gives a bonus from that. It gives a... It has its own bonus with Composure. Just for... Overwatch is both ones, right? Yeah, total weapon and skill damage. Yeah. Been a while since I've looked at it, so... Yeah, this very much is a support build, so it needs people to support. I'll blow that up because I want to take cover there in a second. Trying to see where everything was. Because yeah, I'm expecting something to be on the upper right as well usually, but doesn't seem to be. But this is also 3-man scaling, which always throws me off a little bit because not a version of missions that I ever really see often. Because yeah, it's usually 2-man or 4-man or solo. I'll focus on the boss a little bit. I heard an engineer on the right side. I'm afraid... Oh. I'm hoping they'll see me fire back there and join me in me firing back there because, yeah, they're about to be destroyed in their back. Because I don't have a shot, but after this having... You'd think they would notice that they're getting shot in the back, but that may be too much to ask. I'm trying to stick to this cover, providing everyone that Overwatch bonus. And eventually, yeah, they did finally put their skills towards there.
No more contacts. All clear.
You just recovered intel that's going to be a
I'm actually curious to see what they were, both of them.
But to all of us in the long run.
Decently looking red build with Elmo. They should be... They're likely over 60 with that Seska piece. That sexy piece. And yeah, that was an easy completion. So we'll move on to the next one. So I'll also briefly check actually how the Fire Eclipse video is doing. Curiosity. Oh, decently well. With above average view duration, which I always like to see. Because yeah, of course, my stuff is pretty long. So just briefly check the... Briefly check the comments on it. And yeah, I did... At least one person has been informed on how to double tap Ignite, so... That's one more person in the universe that knows that. So, at the very least, that goal is accomplished, which was to at least have one person be taught how to double tap Ignite. So there are... Then I'll take this one into one more mission, because yeah, there we did 2 rooms. We did a corridor and a boss room, basically. Let's see if we can get it halfway through a mission.
Invite to another.
Just so I can get a feel for this one as well.
Hostile control point detected.
Deja vu. I have been to this place before. And before was 12 seconds ago. I'll briefly check what they're running. They're running a full striker, although with Grupo and a Hunter's Fury. No cool skills, so I get to use my stuff. Oh, and it's invaded as well.
Spread out throughout the building. Be prepared.
I'll help on the chests. Oh, decently good damage. That guy's moving up pretty fast. I'll try to keep up. Try to keep my hive underneath him. I don't know why he's going for all the way back there. Although it's not a bad choice. In that way, he sets himself on the other end. Although, actually, okay, it's nice.
Another agent is now in your group.
Either he was going for the loot or he thought the button was there, so he invaded. But also, just going for loot is when you should help your allies a little bit more. And he's in go mode. I'll slow down my allies. Okay, does know all the loot positions, so likely that is his goal. And he's, yeah, complete rusher and likely has never stuck around to be yelled at. Because that's usually what, yeah, informs people that others may not like that. Or like playing with them when they are rushing. I'll go down this escalator just to go for the crate. Okay, that's much faster, as they figured out there. That was weird. All of them were there, but none of them saw that I opened the chest. Okay. That's a special level of awareness. I feel I'm being a dick to way too many people, actually. Which may have just been a long day at work, but also I feel there is some fault with the people that I keep getting as well. That is not just me being grumpy, but there is some truth to my feelings. Basically, also, it doesn't help anyone. Like, unless I actually take the time to type to them, hey, don't rush, hey, improve your build, hey, don't put your back against the dog, then I'm not really solving anything anyway. I'll get these resources over here as well. I will grab these shock rounds. That's not the right weapon. Try to catch these dogs with a disrupt grenade, which I will. Also, we have a bulwark with a artificer hive. Curious to see in a second what he is. If he's out of curiosity, attempting to do something with Foundry. Although, yeah, just the SMG version of that would work a lot better, I feel. Because, yeah, pistols do take a lot of clicks. I'll see where the striker sets up a little bit. Set my hive next to him. Because, yeah, he's likely doing the most damage. I'm gonna support him as much as I can. Try to keep Overwatch up as much as I can. And I always still have a I'm very aware that they could spawn at any second from the right side. As I'll overheal him even. And yeah. Quite often something spawns from there, which is usually a medic. Still want to push in way too far because they'll get through there without an eclipse, keeping them in place. And yeah, we have back spawns as well quite often still here. But yeah, I have still enough damage, even when I'm playing poorly and not being in cover and not having my chest and backpack talent up. It still deals a decent amount of damage. I will go for that crate as well. In this back room. Jump down in between.
Trauma detected.
Sometimes the deconstruct just doesn't want to trigger well. Okay, that player has an armor break. He's gonna get blown up. But he has so much armor that actually didn't armor break him. I'm gonna assume that they'll push up pretty far. I'll go for this. I'll forget in a second otherwise. See if I can still pick this up. No, that's a dog. So I should actually supercharge more often. I realize now, actually. I totally forgot that as a mechanic that I should be using. So that's just... and that's sometimes the thing when you don't play build for a while. You kind of forget how it plays. And then it can be its own fun as well to
Laptop detected.
re-get it. But I'll save it for the boss room here. There's this room doesn't need it. As he gets a ton of charges. Oh, there's some bad shooting on my part. Should have noticed more early that I was putting most of it into that door. I'm disrupted now.
System
I'm no longer disrupted. This is a little bit outside of optimal, but I don't want to go too far again because something is still in a door, most likely. Oh, yes, it is. Swap my chem launcher. Hopefully it's just a red to Oxy. It's a dog. So, well, yeah, I don't have any skill damage, but I do have skill tiers. And hopefully between the two of us, yeah. That's one of the ways to fix that. I can't run through my own. I don't know if this is his Oxy or mine, so I'm just not going to take the risk. The downside is that then my fire or my not my fire chem, not an eclipse at the moment. My healing chem is then on cooldown basically, but I have my hive. That's enough. I could have also used the supercharge there to actually give him as well a really strong Oxy. Give us both basically a really strong Oxy.
This must be the last.
But I'll just go get set up over here and just blow that up so I can take cover there in a second. And once I can get my healing chem back, I likely will. Basically, once the cooldown's done. Well, because yeah, it is a useful tool from time to time to reach out. Because yeah, two people are very much putting themselves not in it. Because yeah, the striker has gone to a position which kind of makes sense, but it's also way outside of the real sense-making area. That's a fire chem. That's a healing chem. I'll actually supercharge here. Heal him back up to full. Give them... well, we're out of combat anyway, so that would have healed them anyway. So. A little bit wasted, but... reset their hives at the very least, although only one player has a hive. I'll leave this there. Trying to get up here. As in, I'll set up to catch this, whatever comes out of here. And that was it. So I'm starting to get a better feel for how this one feels, and especially having to be in cover is just... I mean, I made the decision to give it that, and give it those two talents. And it makes sense. It very much makes sense, even especially while it's healing itself, especially. It can keep getting hit, not lose vigilance because it doesn't have it. It has composure. But it just feels so much weaker than Obliterate vigilance or Glass vigilance, as with one of the combat medics. And also just in general, the red FI kind of does their role as well a little bit. But this, of course, heals a lot better than a red FI. As I'll mark those for deletion and also check what I got here. That's too bad that it's not a rate of fire one, or when with fast hands or something that would have been kept, because yeah, this is a bad third talent for LMGs and a bad third attribute for LMGs, and a bad... No, it's not a bad talent, but perfect unhinged and unhinged on its own isn't great in comparison to other options. So that goes away. Accidentally did not deconstruct that. I will now. So yeah, we took a little bit of a tour through some of this gal's builds. I'll have a look if there's anything else she has that I kind of want to run. We have a Red Patriot here as well, which of course quite often run in countdowns. I'm considering actually grabbing the hunter for a few fights. And I will actually. I'll set it up as the backpack variant, or as the Obliterate with Memento variant. That also means that I don't use the Sadist SMG that I have equipped here. I'll give it a different secondary, in this case Scorpio, of course, just because it's easy a choice. And this is, yeah, basically Obliterate with Memento.
You have received an invite to another agent's group.
Just gonna look around who invited me here, or if it's some... Okay. I'm curious to see what... I mean, I'm not gonna accept the invitation, but also, yeah. That's not somebody... they likely maybe even were just trying to inspect me and accidentally invited me. But I'll decline. As we, yeah, actually, I will go do the manhunt, which is also still something that I want to do on this character. I will get through that in this last hour that I'll run here. Yeah, it has been a while that I've played around with Hunter's Fury. I usually grab Tech Tank solo. I will stay solo here, so just for easiness. But yeah, I do want it to, of course, be an heroic. I'll take... So with the tech tank, I could take cool skills quite easily as well, but I'll just take Fog of War and Ragers. Just 2 directives. I don't want to deal with the other ones. Just nice and lazy, and then we'll go through this manhunt once more. I always forget which door is faster, so I'll just mark and then get reminded that this door is faster. What I will do here is call them in right away, because I want to have the backup here before I start with the next fights. Because yeah, sometimes while they're coming in, they'll basically push the next wave pretty out far. And this build as well is a lot weaker. It is running a memento, kind of like with the tech tanks. It isn't untech tank because yeah, it just has a hive, normal hive, and it's running firewall. Especially firewall with that shield helps a lot with its damage output. Because everything that is in this cone in front of me is taking 11% more damage. Or 12, I don't actually. I'll look in a second actually. And just to remind myself, because it has been a while, 11%, yeah, damage bonus per enemy. And when I have multiple enemies in there, it's actually even more. It's per enemy in front, in that cone, basically. So yeah, usually when you can get that onto a door where they're spawning out, you can have quite a lot of extra damage output. But just on its own as well. Here, it's with 2 blue cores on the gear itself, together with the memento as well, of course. And even not charged up as it is here, it goes through stuff pretty easily. That's also why I'm very much not against Hunter's Fury, really. It works as basically almost... This enemy is... We're pretty far from the CP at this point. But yeah, this is sometimes what happens when NPCs start fighting each other. They'll just start running in a direction. And sometimes it is just... yeah. As we got 2 blocks down, basically.
Incoming hostiles detected.
The only thing that makes me prefer tech tanks over just running Hunter's Fury is range. The thing that Hunter's Fury lacks is being effective at mid-ranges, basically at that 15 to 25 meter range. Like there it feels a lot weaker, and then there it feels a lot better. And yeah, sometimes having range is the thing that can save you. Because when it's too many enemies, you can just fall back a little, start killing them one by one. But yeah, if you need to be close to them and they're still bunched up, then you can have a bad time. But it very much becomes as well just learning to deal with one enemy at a time. How to do that basically as well. Just not running into a full group, but just trying to do stuff like that, just singling out an enemy. Heard a voice line over here, so I'll go over here. Yeah, these dogs, they have the hole in the back there, basically where I was shooting. And that goes directly through, so with the sniper dogs. Even though it can kill like at those ranges, it is just so much weaker than a tech tank at those ranges, and then once it closes the range, it's so much stronger. this dog isn't shooting at me, I'll just go over here. Actually, I'll just kill it by killing the leg of it.
System curtailed.
And yeah, damage done to Warhound's legs goes directly to their health pool.
Back online.
Basically goes directly through their armor plates. But it's mechanically pretty weird in that it is 10% of your weapon damage, but it's not reducing critical hit chance at all. So if you have high crit, it actually works really well. If you only are basically weapon damage, it actually works pretty poorly.
Where are they taking us?
My old office. They want me to give them something.
What?
I'm afraid that in a second it will pull me up. Yeah,
That's after
this is always very annoying. It'll pull me to the map,
Lauren and Vic to the
even though I'm fighting enemies.
Supply room access.
I actually did there.
Locked. Detecting additional hostile contacts.
Because yeah, we aggroed something else as well there. Although I'm just not going to deal with them. I'm just going to go over here
Reporting location nearby.
and get my loot. And if they run into here, they'll get caught by these allies and hopefully have to deal with that.
That's great.
No, up the bounty. I'll stick on this trivia for this one as well.
Over on that side.
Run! Run!
Yeah, I'm just gonna leave those guys.
Target is near you, Agent.
See, as we're edging ever closer to 5K as well. Let's see, the waddle of a heavy.
I love this job.
Kill her first. When they melee as well, they get their chain back. I was hoping to be far enough away. I should let him get back up. I'll just go through the head. Yeah, that firewall bonus is also actually pretty strong for group. Everything within 10 or 15 meters of me, 10 meters of me, gains basically an extra amplifier against them of 10%, I believe. Although that, of course, doesn't apply to myself. That's only for my teammates. Especially using the shield often. Because yeah, this is basically a 2 blue core build without the backpack talent as well. Or well, not a damage backpack talent like vigilance or so. Memento, of course, has damage parts to it. Yeah, especially if you pick up mementos continuously, it is actually not a bad choice as well, just damage wise. But yeah, you do need to basically have uptime on it quite often, or to really compete on the damage end, but usually even then it doesn't line up versus vigilance. But here as well, you can hide behind your shield, it'll hit your shield and not take off vigilance. So both options are quite handy. Although for solo, memento, of course, also the regen, also the skill haste, also the extra health towards your shield, all of that really helps as well. That's why memento is a really strong choice. It's just not the full damage output source choice. But that's also sometimes okay. I mean, also the thinking with tech tanks. It's giving up a lot of its damage, but it's trying to do something with that. As long as you basically don't do it for no reason, it is a valid choice to give up some damage. As long as, yeah, for instance, with the combat medic, it goes into healing, and in this case, it goes a little bit into survivability. And also that mark from Hunter's Fury is actually really handy, just for spotting enemies quite easily. Okay, they did spawn their normal spawn.
We're in contact. Those shields are tough.
Yeah, like with here, I have to close the distance where with the AR on a tech tank, I could just stay far away and still get them. I'll get this key chest now because I'll forget in a second. And so they're all down there. So I'll go close that distance. And I'm willing to give up a lot of health to reach this point because while I'm hiding behind my shield, it'll regenerate from the on kill and from memento regen. So sometimes it is worth it to just like run at enemies, lose a little bit of armor, and then gain it back. Yeah, I shouldn't use my shield as if it's a tech tank. It isn't.
Track Lawrence the MLK Memorial Library. You got the target. Nice.
But especially as a run and gun-ish build, more so even than tech tanks, it kind of makes sense. It's also why I really do want to do a
That's another one down.
showcase on it eventually, because I feel a lot of people have forgotten about, especially Negotiator and especially Hunter's Fury, that they're they still have a place, very much so. As we get that bounty complete, and this control point is our next target. I'll hit that territory control as well, because it'll always get aggroed with waves coming in otherwise. Briefly as well, refresh this again.
Detected. Nearby location. Guarded by hostiles.
Okay.
How do you like my driving? Now I'm pissed.
Yeah, like there as well, like
Incoming hostiles detected.
I could be certain that she had put down a car because, yeah, I saw the second mark. Second Hunter's Fury overmark.
Access key detected. Friendly combatants detected.
It's starting to get later, and I am starting to feel it a little bit, as I got up way too early today and didn't get to take a nap or anything to make up for it. But it was a very productive day, so I'm doing something very aggressive, and I hope it works out, which is trying to catch this while it's spawning, which with a tech tank I'm pretty confident in doing, but I want to see how it goes with. I should be out of his range. So those tanks, mini tank spins, they have reduced the range on them quite a bit. Because yeah, they used to reach out pretty far. I'll kill him. Although yeah, the annoying thing is the dogs, of course, will not get disoriented, but I can kind of kill them. I'm happy that disrupt didn't reach me. It would have made this a lot harder. I will kill that mini tank just so it explodes and harms them. And then here, yeah, just you can kind of door camp because of that. That disorient, that on-kill disorient. Actually kind of worked out decently well. Because yeah, if you can catch them here, because yeah, they only spawn in there, just one spawn for them on the attack. So just spawn camping and makes it so much easier. You don't have to chase them there. But yeah, it is dangerous. If there was like 2 sniper dogs all together, then you would get completely destroyed.
Detecting additional hostile contacts.
Best in slot shield skills? Oh, do you mean the skill mods for it? So because it is healing percentage-wise from the amount of what the shield is, it's basically all of the shield health as you can get on it. So I think I'm gonna look in a second, but I think you can do 2 slots can have shield health, and then the other slot is holster regeneration, which is the only real choice you can make there, basically. It's not that it's the right choice for it, but no other mod in that slot, I think, really does anything. Here more in these kind of open areas where you can't run from cover to cover. There are no, like, especially in Summit, I find Hunters really work so well. Because yeah, you have a lot of tall cover that you can run in between of. Because yeah, if you have pillars like that, you can put that in between the enemy and you and just use that to close the distance. Kill a few things. Well, so for instance here, I've put the dog behind that pillar. And I'll try to kill her before she gets to me, but she still got to me. And one of the things as well that actually I'll kill everything else first. I'll leave the dog alive for now. I'll go kill everything over here. I'll leave the dog alive just so I want to show something with the dog, something that some people have forgotten, well, they did know in the past, and some people have never known. But yeah, for that I need all this gone, and then also the named boss gone. As he went somewhere else. But yeah, together with, just like with heavies actually, so where I run into them and bait a shot. With dogs as well, one of the things that a lot of people don't realize is, especially if you have a dog like this, so he's aggro to me, but he can't hit me while I hit, well, sniper dog, of course. But now he's up there now, but even if he was on the ground, you could just circle straight. So you can just like just keep up with him and just you know, just play with your food basically. Because yeah, he might accidentally hit me, just get lucky, intercept me basically. But yeah, just running around a dog like this. And that's sometimes a thing you can do, especially in groups. Like if it's a dog and he's aggro to you. Because yeah, there he went away from me, so I couldn't do it. And then yeah, shooting them in the backside like that breaks it.
Friendly.
Agent, we've tracked Lauren to the Odia retail store.
We're closing in on
Oh, the damage boost. So let me actually discuss that. So yeah, with I'll grab actually a tech tank here because I want to do this next to just with the Heartbreaker tech tank. Move on to that one because he's awesome. But yeah, so yeah, shield health, also regeneration. And the thing with that is that this damage bonus, this one, and also this 5% one that is in this slot. Those aren't for the Crusader shield. Those are only for the Striker shield, the shield from Firewall. So you really want to, yeah. So they don't do anything at all on the non-firewalled striker shield. And yeah, it's annoying that that's the same name as striker. But yeah, so just that firewall shield, that's the only thing that benefits from those mods. And of course, your technician for tech tank. It's kind of in the name. And that means that that mod does nothing. Yeah, they don't block mods and so I don't think they have the ability even to like just. Because yeah, those systems aren't as well thought through. So they have a lot of holes in them, especially, yeah, of course, the skill mods and the gear mods. Even, for instance, that the gear mods have several different names. So, for instance, if I go into here, so actually, I don't have system mods here. But yeah, you have basically several different names for these, and all of them do the same thing. Especially with the skills as well. Several sharing a name and doing the exact same thing. And that's just remnants. Though in that case, it's the remnants from. Wait, wasn't it? Oh no, I remember. It's the bounty to the north there. Yeah, it takes a while till you. The thing is with it, eventually you'll get full on it. And one of the things you can do is, and the way I do it usually is, if you go into the skills themselves and you go into the mod slots, there it's easier actually to see which ones are which, and comparing them in here, for instance. So going through this list is a lot easier than trying to figure it out in the mod inventory itself. Because yeah, you can see which one is basically the highest and just keep the highest. If you're not intending to have multiple characters, then you don't need to save other ones. If you're intending to keep multiple characters, it's with skill mods and gear mods as well a little bit. I have in the past made spreadsheets where I keep the numbers and so that I can easily reference if a drop is an upgrade. But yeah, that's going pretty far. But yeah, usually you just keep full mods, pass them around your characters, see if they need it, and then drop them if you don't. Yeah, sorting gear mods as well is very much a hassle. But yeah, I just use vendor sorting mostly for that. And just pay attention to which ones are new, and yeah, just sort new ones.
Hostile control point.
So I do want to briefly have a look here.
Target near you.
How this kind of looks. Because yeah, this is one of the areas I do want to kind of use for an intro at some point. Just because it has unique rocks. And though now I notice how badly damaged everything here looks. But something like this with the sunlight coming in might be okay. Yeah, and those the names of the mods indeed, yeah, they're confusing, and they are very much so. And it's just because they reworked that entire system. In Gear 1.0, the names did kind of match what they did. In Gear 2.0, they simplified it by a lot, and the names no longer really. As yeah, I'll do that. So get swapped to a tech tank, a heartbreaker one. As yeah, that's the tech tank so nice. I actually made it twice. Once on that account, once on this account. Yeah, this will be the tech tank that gets the showcase first. As I'll just do a showcase on the Heartbreaker one. Just to go along with the masterclass, of course. The masterclass is way long, and also, yeah, very in-depth. Same as like the treatment that Eclipse got, kind of. having something a bit more bite-sized. Even if that bite size is still like a full meal. It's not like the full 8 courses.
That's the target, Agent.
Yeah, especially solo. Because I can just close the distance, face tank, and just get it done.
Target down.
Yeah, especially this having a bit more range is really what.
System.
Because I used to run Hunter's Fury quite a lot, especially Summit. It made sense from the moment it came in, basically. Although, did it come before Summit? Don't actually remember when it got added and Summit got added.
Guy at a time. Nicely done, Sheriff.
But yeah, we have reached the final manhunt bounty. Yeah, with this bounty we'll get a named item as well from the boss at the end, which can be a DZ item. Making it that, yeah, it might not be a bad idea for people trying to go after DZ items to keep redoing manhunts, maybe over and over again, especially if there's a... The thing is, we no longer have very short ones because they're all basically the same length. It's a CP, a bounty, a CP, a bounty, and the final bounty, so...
Guess I'll wait here.
I'll have this guy to stack with. No. That's a mini tank.
Lauren's been working with Mari running the operations. Brendan are here. It's almost like Sokolova took our people to run parts of her operation.
Two boxes went down. I'll kill that. As it did get a... Oh!
Assistance needed.
I overextended, got surrounded, made bad choices, especially with Fagawara, and paid the price. As also sometimes happens. The thing I should have done there is, yeah, first off, not push in as far as I did. I could have just kept distance. That's the whole point of having an AR. Luckily, I can just restart right away and fast travel there. So I did lose my stacks, so my mementos, so I do need to regain all those. So I need to play it even slower to start out with. Yeah, sometimes even I still overextend a little bit. What I should have done as well is just put them all, just put my back against the wall, basically. I was out in the open, just having a casual walk where, yeah, that wasn't going to end well for me.
Standing at post.
As this time we have 2 dogs. They will at least be good to stack on. Especially this fat boy.
Lauren's been working with Mari running the aquaponics. Brendan are here.
Is it? There was a failing of the person using the tool and not the tool itself, really. Basically, what I can do, especially, is just hang out here. Use this pile as just to just hide behind intermittently. Keep the enemies in front of me and just deal with them. Especially, for instance, there, what likely happened, I didn't fully catch it, but I lost a lot of armor in a short amount of time, and likely that was a sniper behind me that really took everything off. And yeah, snipers can be dangerous like that. Like getting sniped in the back is yeah, painful. Good to hear, Spoon Donkey. It's, yeah, it is my favorite too, very much so. At least, especially for solo. Just because, yeah, I can't do stuff like this where I'm just hanging out, letting a heavy shoot at me. Not playing reactive, just pushing my own tempo. Speeding up and slowing down as I need to. So I'll bully this heavy and go... I was going to say I'll go through the weak points in the back, but I should broke his back. I will actually go and grab all these memento stacks because, yeah, I did waste my previous collection of them. So let me go get a fresh collection of them. So I'm fully stacked again. Okay. Yeah, thanks for... especially some of the history of the game. I'll know it happening, but I won't remember exactly what came first, what came second. Because what I do remember especially is running Hunter's Fury a lot in the summit, but yeah, it's still even till this day it makes a lot of sense in the summit because yeah, you have a lot of cover to cover. You can basically you have tall cover everywhere. You can close the distance pretty easily. Where in like open streets, much less so. Oh, there he is. That was a find Wally moment.
The only reason
He was just standing up, but he was standing still and not firing at me, so I had some issues seeing him.
filter the water and recycle it back for the fish.
Lauren's their prisoner. But it sounds more like she's advising the Black Tusk on running an aquaponics workshop. What the hell's going on here?
Yeah, and I assumed as much as yeah, the Hunter's Fury. That was title updates and not because yeah, season 10 and stuff. That's pretty recent, and Hunter's Fury is one of the classics at this point. I'm not well stacked. I should actually stack better with the ACS. As there's multiple medics, so yeah, I did get hit with a disrupt grenade. I'll actually fall back a little bit because I don't know where that grenade is. I'm surprised that didn't damage me, that they blew up that that gas can in front of me. Yeah, sometimes, yeah, explosions are wonky like that. Trying to find it. Okay, it's over there. The person who had put down the healing, which is him. So I'll go after him first. I'll just close the distance, make it even easier. Yeah, it's very much... it carries its own cover with it. You can pull it out at any second. It's very much... because yeah, for me as well, I mean, it gravitated towards the build style. Very much because of... that's not reactive. You get to decide, basically, like, I'm just pushing out. Instead of waiting for, like, okay, this grenadier, I'll wait for him to stand up and fire and stuff. Instead of that, just a brain dead, just front towards enemy and just be a claymore basically. And 99% of the time doesn't have any. It won't really run into any substantial resistance. But yeah, I find it very hard to go back to play. I used to play Glass a lot. Glass Reds, basically. And I quite still enjoy them to this day, even for instance, Striker as a damage dealer as well. But yeah, I very much like them, especially when they're supported a little bit. So when either you're in group, so you have multiple targets and people aren't only shooting at you, or if in a group and clips alongside of it, or just even a combat medic before Eclipse existed, or just even a healer, so you can just poke out more easily. Oh, as they spawn behind me. That's interesting. I didn't notice that last run.
They killed one of ours.
What door did they even come from? That one. Okay.
Hostile civilian.
Because yeah, that's not a spawn that ever gets used in normal heroics. Yeah, that's the door they usually normally all come from. Even on Legendary, actually. Nope. Yeah, there I blew up a backpack too close to me, so that means for 12 seconds I have to play like a red build. I no longer have a shield. But what I still have as well is a memento on my back, so if I go grab that memento, I have a ton of bonus armor, and I can just, especially once there's this many kills in this room, I can just go grab them and just base tank. Yeah, especially since Heartbreaker got added, the tech tanks really. But yeah, the Negotiator one also always worked, but you had to play with the Negotiator mechanic basically, which still requires a little bit of attention. But yeah, the Heartbreaker one is especially just so much stronger. Although I've put something behind me, so I'm just going to fall back, get in this cover, find the dude, or the lady, in this case, and just reload, and then... Where? Oh, there are drones. There we go. And now back to just the front. Although yeah, one red just there wouldn't just kill me. That's...
System curtailed.
That I can deal with.
System reactivated.
I'll rush in here to just keep my Heartbreaker stacks up pretty much still.
Circle around the shield carrier.
I'll let that dog get away. The minigun ones aren't that bad. There's gonna be a elite, yeah, elite mini tank. Those hurt. So I'll just put them behind the wall, kill everything else. And that's gonna be a death pulse likely. But so is he. Because yeah, mini tanks, yeah, as you saw there, just a little burst almost took out like 20% of the shield. Those guys hurt a lot.
Area secure.
And
I'll send someone to bring Lauren back to the castle. You
as
can
we
hear
get
there.
the mandatory one, it's 10 seconds between each charge, but it takes a little bit as well of time to go. As we get a force we get a force multiplier. Force multiplier as our named, which is not a decent piece. Or well, it is a really decent piece, but not for... DZ names are much nicer to get there. Although, of course, I'm done with all expertise and such. That's usually where you want to get it. As we'll go meet our recently rescued lady. But yeah, that in between repairs, so the hive basically has the way that it works is that it has a 10-second buff, which is fixed. You can't, there is no current way of altering that. And
I will keep the fish farm going.
Once that 10-second buff runs out, it sends the next charge. So, but sometimes, of course, you'll be like moving around, and then that charge may take like close, usually under a second still, but like 3/4 of a second before it like reaches your shield. So then it's like, and then it starts the next buff. So it basically just sends the charge whenever something is unbuffed in its range. And yeah, we'll go vendor sort here briefly. And then yeah, once you're at full here, so for instance here I have 42% of my shield will get healed, and that's 42 of this 6.2 million shield. So that's a decent amount of of armor that you can waste every 10 seconds basically. Then that's the mechanic that the tech tanks rely on basically.
Hostile supply convoy nearby.
What is this? Okay. I didn't see normal vendors ever be bugged, or is this one just bugged this week? Because yeah, it's not selling any items. Which normally, I've seen the inventory on it. So I've never seen a non-Cassie vendor. Oh, speaking of Cassie, actually, let's go see Cassie. But yeah, I got an extra 12 skill haste, although those aren't really useful to me anymore as well. Okay, I hadn't had it bug out for me before, so that's my first time seeing it. But yeah, interesting. Because yeah, I've seen, of course, we've all seen it with Cassie quite often. And of course, these vendors here are on a different system than the other vendors in the background. I think the person that put them together, they no longer had anybody that like understood how the vendor system worked. That's also why all the vendors we have gotten are computers and not just actual characters. Even though they could visibly hide that, basically. They could just, have a computer be inside of a person, basically, but just invisible, and then the model of a person on top of it, but they chose not to. Wo is Lekasi? I'll lose all my memento stacks going here, but that's fine, because likely I will wind down after this. I might do 2 more missions or so. I'll see how close I am with the keys. If I'm pretty close, if I just need 1 more key, I'll get it. I'll hang around for that, but if it's done, so am I then. Yeah, let's go see what Cassie has.
Hostiles guarding location nearby.
Oh, it does affect the amount that gets repaired. So now that I don't have any stacks, so it was 42% at full. Here it's 33%. But this buff duration is the thing that doesn't alter. So every 10 seconds is how much? It's 10 seconds and a tiny bit, basically. Which you can just basically, to make it a short story, just say 10 seconds.
Hostile broadcast.
But yeah, because of the skill efficiency, giving repair skill, that skill repair goes up. Also, technically, if you run tech tanks a lot and you don't run any skill builds towards damage, you can actually put your technician to being repair skills on that choice, where you can choose between skill damage or repair skills, and that will increase it by even a little bit more. But I have that one always on skill damage, just because I'm too lazy to change it, and the tech tanks are, to me, fine enough without it. But yeah, I mean, if you want a little bit more of an edge, it's you can. Yeah, so we have a relic, a night watcher, which we already knew because those 2 items are shared with Countdown. And then, yeah, if you have done the hunters, you get the shield splinter and a hunter killer available. And this is basically the only sources for those, for getting other ones than just from the chest, just so you have more chances of, especially for the hunter killer, for instance, to get some, if you're after one with crit chance, crit damage, for instance. Although the perfect intimidate isn't that useful anymore. A lot of skill or gear set pieces, of course. And sometimes it's quite useful for those kind of things. For instance, for making red patriots, you might have a piece that goes into that. Carbine 7, that's not really usable. That's not really usable. Neither is that. Neither is that. 12 PFE mods for buyable,
Hostile broadcast picked
or
up.
if you want to make PFEs. Yeah, this is also likely going to be. So actually, this area most likely will be what I'll use for the part 2 on the red build thought process, which is after that buffing video. So it's 4 away. Actually, well, I can actually the Eclipse one is done. So yeah, so 1, 2, 3. The 4 away. I want to check what my apparel caches is. I just out of habit went up here, back up. Okay, I'm 1 key away, so I'll matchmake as an Eclipse. As we, it's been a few hours since I've played one, and it's starting to itch. I can feel the itch. So I'll go back in the club. So I'll get my fix. I will check what mission we're going to. Camp White Oak, which is invaded. Hopefully it's a decent team. Yeah, 42% at like the way I set it up.
This is Tails.
It's very much great because it is a 2 skill tier. It's getting 1 from the Memento. It's getting 1 from the Technician.
Battlefield forensics team.
We have cool skills. Hopefully, they're a clan. They're a clan team.
Can't have any of our stuff walking out of there.
Copy that.
So that may be that they're good.
Fuckers.
Agent.
Yeah, this very much is a mission where having.
Serious trauma detected.
If I could have.
Agent out of action.
I couldn't make it over here. I was trying to just get to cover because there's 2 of them even there. That's not great. The last guy's better off just dying, wiping. We're in the second room. We can come back in pretty quick. Because I don't think he can.
Agent down.
He can salvage this. I'll inspect them real quick, see how they are set up. Oh, I should give up.
Agent deceased.
To wipe us. Yeah, that's very much the mechanic of it, is just trying to get a really strong shield. Striker, although they have eagle bearers even as well, so you would think. So there are 3 strikers,
Enemy transmission intercepted.
but also they're in go mode.
Safer. Change of plans. I've sent in some new.
If he out engages, I'll wish these guys the best. I don't want to deal with the 4 directors. I don't want to deal with people that even in clan settings are rushing it. Like that just fills me with the level of like, even if you don't care about your clan members, then I'm ready to not care about you. We'll attempt 1 more go. Build wise, they probably could have made it, but just playstyle wise.
Entering safe area.
As I'll matchmake for the next one. Let's try to. There we go.
You have received an invite to another agent's group.
Manning. I kind of like Manning, especially with Eclipse. It can really be made easy. But it depends a little bit if I stick around on the team. I don't want to do it with a bad team.
We're under attack. It's the division. Everyone.
No cool skills.
You know what you need to do.
I will inspect them. That will.
An agent
At
needs
800, you would hope people know better. Double companion. And what is this yellow? At 3k is weird to see builds that are that poorly put together. Although it might be alt. Might be it's running now. But that's at least there's between the 3 of them there's 1 good red build in them. And I kinda enjoy Manning actually, so I'll stick around. It's one of those missions that you can really try hard as an Eclipse and make it be a lot smoother. I'll go hit the objective here. And then here, especially that wave and that wave can be caught really well. I'll put my hive here because the next wave spawns there. That's heavy. Somebody blew up the... Yeah. I should have ignited as well. I didn't. Just getting late. Yeah, waiting for my hive sounds because that wave then is in. Then I'll turn around, put one there because that's that wave. Yeah, that very much is. And then the boss is behind me as well, so I'll set them on fire as well. I don't have any crossbow rounds left, or at the moment yet. And that's very much, if you know all of the spawns, you can do stuff like that. Where,
like the quickest route is through the deep sea.
it very much goes a lot faster. But of course, that takes time. Just learning them all. Or of course, you could like just well, either even or even look at speedrunners as well. But or in my case, for instance, while running it, we'll just say where they all are. I'll go up the path on the right here. Because I'm at the head of the snake, and there's one chest here. See if they follow me. They're not. Especially if they solo rush in, that can be very annoying.
Finally. Okay,
But yeah, with all of these waves, the more spread out they are, the more... but yeah, once they start spawning, they start moving, and then the more spread out they are, the more harder and the more annoying it is, basically. Here, yeah, just try to catch something. The thing I caught isn't the best thing, so I'll send another one. Because yeah, that elite LMG, especially with nobody shooting at him, is not going to die just from the fire. But at that point they will. The next wave sun's back there. I'm going to already put one in anticipation. I'll hover over the area just so I can see when stuff is spawning in. I'm just waiting for one more thing to die. Yeah, I see lines. Although, yeah, they killed the one thing that was in range of it. I'll set a new one, but it is on the... They burned through that heavy quite fast. That's yeah, that shows good damage. They were stacked up and did good damage in one go.
Rainer, come in! Shit!
So here, getting a fire cam on these two teams that spawn downstairs. I'll wait for them to catch up. It's actually pretty hard. So what I usually do is actually use grenades here. Because I'll toss one grenade over there-ish. Usually they'll run into it. I'll toss one over there-ish. And both of those shots are actually hard with chem to get right. Because there's a lot of stuff in the way. And I really want to go and catch that wave. And my hive will help me as well. They all spawn there. I'll even...
Immediate medical assistance.
They let one of the elite rushers get past them and don't get me. But I did my part. That wave is basically dead. This guy will finish me off. And that's deserved. I set him on fire. And all of his friends. And everybody he ever loved. So, yeah. He can kill me for a little bit. That hive was a little bit wasted on his part, but he was trying to help. He was trying to be nice, so I'll take it. But yeah, the reason I was okay with dying there and not like getting back, barely anything was left, and I want to keep up with them because yeah, I can do the same thing here as well if I'm close enough and there isn't a fog. Everything from the first wave spawns there, so I just run in. I wait for basically the trigger to happen that we're in combat and catch all those. I'll set that one in anticipation for the next one. We have ragers as well, so not everything will likely die. I'll send the next one by the time that the fire. I'm just waiting for stuff over there to move, and then
Peter by overloading the
I'm gonna leave my hive back here as one of the wave spawns here that comes and sideswipes most teams a little bit. And yeah, Ragers especially makes for Eclipse a little bit more harder, but yeah, the team should do their part as well. Because yes, a lot of stuff will die, and then they'll trigger Ragers, and then they'll heal everything around them back up. And here, I usually I can catch them, basically them coming out. What I usually do is let them come a little bit closer, because with good red builds alongside me, it makes more sense for me to put them in positions where they can be shot at instead of trying to basically solo them. As I missed 2 chems there. I'm kind of looking over there, seeing if the... I'll get that sniper, because yeah, she's dangerous. But yeah, I see my hive going. I'll add a chem to it, trying to land it in there. Well, in the doorway, so I was just... If I send it over there, it will likely catch up. Because yeah, that's what usually happens. People push up all the way over there, but then they forget that, yeah, there's more waves as well spawning in their back. I'm trying to find them, but I see the next wave spawning. There, I didn't catch anything. I want to, yeah, once I have one pellet hits, basically, I can follow that up with a fire cam. Although, yeah, I'm not getting any, any spreads, because they're all spread out too much. And with shots like that, even if I don't catch it, getting it even on target means that they'll get out of the cover, and then my friends can kill them.
Disabled.
That'll cut the range of their comms significantly. Keep going. You should be coming up on a monorail station soon. The control room will be overlooking it.
I'll grab the chest back there. I think I need components, so I'll grab this. Actually, I'm full up. I'm full up on everything. Okay, nice. I'm full on med packs even as well. I'll wait for my allies. And then with this room, I'm always very undecisive where I put my hive, because there's a lot of choices. So with this, as a heavy team of damage dealers, they'll deal with everything coming out of that door most likely. So I'll put it on the right for this thing. Because then, yeah, I'm putting it basically where... And here you can shoot through that hole that I'm shooting through, and catch everything before even the door opens. Yeah, the heavy is their issue. Although, yeah, none of them are going for it, which, guys, all of the red will die to my fire. And then, yeah, this is just for my hive is on that side, hitting everything that comes down there, giving my allies time to not die to them. What is it? The hive is, you know, it will hit everything coming into it anyway, so it makes it nice and visible for everybody that there's stuff there. Yeah, this will likely be oh no, it's a camera, right? I was gonna say it's likely that China Light backpack. It wasn't. So actually in this next area there's a secret boss, which was found actually pretty late. It was actually found after somebody, one of the devs gave a hint about that there is a boss here. Depends kind of on the team. If they go to the right, I'll follow them and we'll do the secret boss with them. But most of the teams skip it because, yeah, it is a lot of running around. It does get you like 1, 2, 3, 4 chests extra. One of them a key chest. But yeah, seeing as this, but with randoms, you quite often don't get it, and it ends here where you fight a boss that is based on the pain. So there's a key chest back there that I could quite easily go grab. But everybody's here and they're rushing in, and I want to keep up with them, so I'll skip that chest. It's I am failing my that slogan of no loot left behind. I'm leaving loot behind, and that flame grenade was annoyingly on target, so I went out of the way for it. That one was poorly aimed, but it was also just basically a kind of like a panic shot almost. I want to move up here, because if I can get up here, I can catch this next wave as they're spawning. And hopefully not ignite on myself. That one chem was actually on myself. I'm very happy nobody shot it by accident, just shooting at these enemies. I'll get a shot going as well, spread that around. And I really want to move hard here, and I do that by especially trying to catch something here and get a spread going. I'll go up here. I'll put my hive in front of that door, and the next wave that spawns is from that door over there. So I'm gonna just send one over there. Hopefully that guy actually dies as well. If they had killed him and spread, that would have been nice, but they didn't. And it's sometimes hard to see where that door is. I couldn't actually find it, but it was more to the left than I was looking. Yeah, I got most of that wave, and then this wave, because yeah, they're all out of position, and this wave spawns behind them, and that's the reason why I went for this wave very much. Just everybody forgets about this wave, and I'll just delete them with my hive and my... Yeah, this is what I mean with a good eclipse. This mission can be very easy. Because yeah, I know other competent eclipses when I run with them. This mission goes from pretty annoyingly hard sometimes to pretty easy.
Should be the place. See if you can patch Isaac into the control board.
So I'll take a sip while we wait.
Interfacing.
And yeah, that point is a loading screen, so it's a hidden loading screen basically, so it takes a while before that door is accessible. And it's kind of dependent on the machines of all the players, on how fast it is. Here I want to really push in hard, because yeah, this group is all bunched up, and I'll do that to them. And then I run up this left side and place my hive. Rusher really should have been shot by someone, because yeah, everything in the next wave spawns from there's survivors. That's very rare. Everything here spawns from this monorail. So instead of really making that a fight, I'll just put my hive there, weaken everything else, basically leaving just the boss. Although that good thing you didn't shoot it. One thing I'll do here, just because I want to get my loot, is actually very dangerous. But I'll grab my loot and I'll just jump out of the circle, letting everybody else get their loot. But I wanted my loot as well. Because yeah, if everybody was in here, the second I enter as well, we just get a loading screen. And sometimes you have competent players that you'll see them get out of it, letting you come back and get it. But I'll just do it like that. I'll grab mine first, get out, and let them get it. Although, of course, there was loot on the other end as well. But yeah. On this account, I'm much more... because I have watch outs, so I'm not that reliant on
Guess they weren't taking any chances.
On getting resources. On my other account, I'm very much... I see a Rusher rushing towards me as well. Because yeah, I want to get my hive out here again. Same reason. They spawn over there. Although actually it's just outside of range. Oh well, they didn't get out of the doorway actually. That's my own flame grenade that I forgot that I tossed over there. Setting myself on fire and looking like an idiot. Here I use a flame grenade because they run way too fast. So they'll run into it. Follow it up with a fire cam. And here as well, again, they spawn just from one place once everything in this wave is dead. So that one red needs to still die as well. And my hive is in position to decimate this spawn.
This is really bad.
There's a chest in this left room, so I'll go get that. Actually, this guy apparently knows as well. Or maybe doesn't. Here again is we're going uphill, so it's actually really hard to use a chem, but a grenade is much easier, so I'll use a grenade. While they're on fire, I'll follow it up with a different one, direct impact. Because yeah, especially there, it's really hard to get a shot up on people, because standing above you, you basically need to get a direct impact, which isn't a given. I'll set them on fire. And here as well, yeah, you can shoot over there. That's why I go up there. Usually I'm a little bit too late. There I was kind of too late as well, but I got someone in the back, and hopefully they'll spread it forward. But I really want to get the bus, because yeah, they're the dangerous one to my allies. If I can get them on fire and just being busy with, you know, doing the wiggles. Alright, they're basically dead. I'll go for the loot. Yep, they got out of it. But then there's a chest back here. Seeing as I've skipped one key chest already, and I really feel bad about leaving that loot in its canister back there. I'll go over to the left here and get the key chest over here, which and then there's also another chest actually a little bit further, so I'll go get that one as well. And they seem to be following me, which yeah, they have been they either knew or they have been enlightened, which, I'm gonna wait for everyone to be on the stairs together.
Don't let them through!
What I usually do here is try to catch something. Will usually vault over that, which in this case is that elite rusher. Oh, there's no cover there. Yeah, usually it gets followed up by somebody shooting at them, which nobody did there. If I can get a spread going. Yeah, he's too far away as well. He got some of it.
Serious trauma detected.
But yeah, if I can keep all of the riffraff busy, my allies have a much easier time running across. And I'll go for a loot in here as well, as somebody else has already looted it all.
Explosives detected.
And they're planting. And we'll be at the boss fight in a second. Especially with this boss fight, Eclipse can just take it. And I'll try to show how it's done. But yeah, for the first wave, they'll spawn over there. So what I usually try to do... So I'll usually let everybody jump over. I'll go in last. The waves don't spawn till everybody's down there. So what I'll do as well is put a fire cam over there, because they'll run into it. Usually people you understand and use this time to go in a little bit, but they didn't. Because yeah, they could literally move all the way up there. Yeah, but I did it basically in between two waves, which isn't what I wanted. I'll move to the right here. Once they pick up that explosive, that wave spawns, so I'll set them on fire. Go over here, hive already for the next wave, as when they plant it up there, this wave spawns with the explosive, so I'm already set up to deal with that. Yeah, I have just one guy left, and they just need to plant. And I'm just looking for that plant to happen. They're going there, so I'll do a flame grenade as well to easily catch them. I still have enough of them anyway. And the second the explosion happens, they'll spawn. Oh, yeah. So I really want to get that explosives carrier. Because if I can get them here, when I get it, the wave over there spawns. So I'm hoping they don't instantly plant, which they instantly do. So the thing that is handy is if you don't instantly plant, because now that wave of spawning over there is going to be very, because if I can run over here a little bit more than I have, it's much easier. But I still made it here pretty easily. Though yeah, that fire is from a rusher. I need it to be gone before I grab it. Still catch on fire even though. Because yeah, we don't get any out of combats here. I'll put my hive on this end.
Agent down.
That was weird that he died. So this wave spawns here. Emmeline in a second spawns. And the thing that the team should do is kill Emmeline as hard as they can. I'll deal with them. I'll deal with them as well. I'll try to at least. I'm armor broken, so I'm playing it a little dangerous. But yeah, I got something on fire over there. Hopefully he dies and spreads. Ah, yeah. And that's about as easy as that fight can go. Which yeah, a lot of people just... Once you know it all, it's pretty easy to make it easy. But yeah, especially if they had set up as well in ways to, you know, catch waves as I set them on fire as well. I'll go in here as well because somebody has, like, you have to stay in here for the duration. A lot of people hit the echo and then run back out, as this guy's doing. He ran out too soon. So if I wasn't standing here, we wouldn't get mission.
Target deceased.
What a fucking waste. Think of the good she could have done. The lives she could have saved. She was right, you know. Killing her won't
I'll
end that.
check how far along. On this I am now.
Dangerous for a while. But
Yay! We are done with escalation.
What a fucking waste.
I'm gonna give him a GGC around. Is it okay? I don't wanna stick in group. But I do want to stay here just so I get this.
Another agent has
Yeah, with Eclipse or with Outcast missions, this bugs out by quite a lot. So the damage cannot be trusted, but from kills and stuff, you can kind of see that. Yeah, there was other guy carrying quite hard, and I was just helping it all along. And just to wind down here, actually, because yeah, that will be my final thing for the evening.
area detected.
I'll clean up this character, as yeah, it is now done with farming levels. Although, yeah, we didn't really go out of our way much. Well, I mean, we did a little bit yesterday and the day before by farming open world pretty hard. Although mostly also to help people farm for stuff or farm my own stuff. And they mostly doing missions, something that I enjoy doing anyway, so it didn't feel like a grind.
Thanks for
Is we'll clean them up, and I will actually I'll because the last time actually that I opened the apparel caches or all the apparel, I didn't even actually really look. So I was busy doing something else, and so we'll use this time. We'll go through it all. Just I'll have a little bit of it. Although I've seen the final ones, of course. But yeah, we have the ward jacket, which actually kind of looks good. I do wish though you could just have a slider here, open all. Because yeah, I always save all my keys till I have all of them, and then go through it all. Have the done shoes. Yeah, their addition with chest mods and backpack mods is actually pretty cool looking. I actually kind of like that scarf. That's actually pretty... Might actually put that on something. Oh, actually, that's okay. That was just her scarf already. Or does she have a scarf now? I don't even remember. We'll see in a bit. So this chest mod I kind of like. It's, yeah, should really put weapons to the side. Animation for chest mods. Yeah, those gloves are actually also decently cool. That one's a bit bland. And as a backpack mod, that's not bad. Okay, that's actually all decently looking. And that one. Eh. So there's actually a trick you can do with this, which is just to hit Q and E right over and over again, which will skip basically seeing what comes out. So if you tap Q a lot, it'll go basically to the next tab, and then you can go back and then open the next one, which is actually a lot faster than opening the chest normally. But seeing here is I want to see some of the items a little bit as well. Although yeah, as I've said before, most of the looks of my characters are very much set, so I don't take the time to really improve them anymore. Although once in a while I'll put an outfit in one of the loadout slots, in one of the outfit loadouts. And just maybe run it for a day or something. And maybe I should do that as well on stream more often. Just have different clothes sets. Just maybe the full outfits basically. Just run them for variety's sake. It's also annoying that, yeah, they don't show the items off well enough. Because, yeah, when you're wearing shirts and stuff, especially when underneath a gear chest, then it's quite hard to see sometimes, depending on the chest you have equipped, what it even looks like. Okay, we're reaching towards the end as we're getting completion rewards for some outfits. Yeah, this is the one backpack that I really kind of like, looks wise. Because yeah, this basically just takes way too long. This just needs to be basically 4 button presses, open all of them, and just be done with it. Is that completion? That looks like completion. The Johnson uniform. As yeah, we got the apparel event done with plenty of time remaining, 6 days remaining. And yeah, we've got it done on both accounts, which it's kind of nice. As yeah, I'll leave this character on a nice symmetrical SHD level of 4994, and we'll oh, just I mean, you have similar looking shoes to like Chuck Taylor kind of things, but yeah, not specific Converses. But I remember there being like a look-alike somewhere. Actually, yeah, this is those blue ones that I use on a different character. Actually, yeah, there is no like real samey looking. Yeah. Although also they likely did that on purpose to avoid avoid, you know, any potential of lawsuits even. So I'm gonna get all of these exclamation marks out of here because I always dislike that. As yeah, especially like bland shirts like this is sometimes useful for just putting in an outfit and putting a vest over it to highlight the vest more. Yeah, the exclamation marks will be always at the top of each of the. And yeah, we have the Johnson uniform as well. Actually, this thing as well kind of looks okay. I always hate with the mouse how much you have to scroll across to see the back of it. And control is so much easier. Yeah, the Splinter Cell one. I'm actually curious. Was that one scarf? Is that just basically the same looking as the one she has? I mean, both of them clip through everything. This one actually clips less. I kind of like it. I'll take it, actually. And yeah, as always, you can, for those that didn't notice it, you have loadouts available to you for clothing as well. So you can just go in there and so yeah, I have a loadout saved, well, White Tusk one, of course, and you know, just random stuff, and then makes it a little easier to play dress up because you can always go back quite easily. And there was only one hat in this entire thing. Yeah, you can also always go into apparel here in the outfits and fully see what all of the items were. And also just equip the entire outfit in one go by just selecting that one on the side. Because yeah, I'll go into here just to get the gear mods as well. exclamation point off of them, just so I don't have to see that. And yeah, some of these are, especially I kind of like this loadout and this one as well, kind of as looks. This one is a bit funky. but yeah, that's going to be very much it for me, as I feel already that I'm about to drop over. But I very much enjoyed this session, and we got some stuff done and some runs done. And even though I got frustrated a little bit with my teammates, we got through it all. And yeah, I'll be back at it again tomorrow evening, and tomorrow afternoon I'll be doing some work on an upcoming video as well. So I might already have a sneak peek for people there, which is for basically the same graphic that I did for the exotics, but then for the named items and how they basically where they drop, and which ones come from DZ, which ones come from special sources and stuff like that, which I think would be a useful video as an in-depth guide. So yeah, I hope you join me then. So yeah, and exactly. See you tomorrow, and have a good night.